Hello, and welcome to Odin's Eye Gaming, where we are playing D&D Waterdeep Dragon Heist. I'm Texas Deviant, your DM. This way is...
Westfield, and I'm playing Rin.
I'm Paradox, I'm playing Percy.
Texas Tibbers, I'm playing Astra the Druid.
This time Percy will be leading off our D&D recap.
Last time on D&D, after the explosion, we went to speak with Vincent of the Tiger's Eye, who filled us in on a couple of things. They had let us know that there was a Nimblebright that was an automaton, that this was the one that actually launched the fireball. The person was coming to speak with our good friend Rainier, because he had some information that was relevant to the horde of dragons that was from Rainier's father, Dagult Neverwinter. And we had found out that it was the Stone of Galore that was the key to finding the treasure, or possibly one of the keys to finding the treasure, because it can be split. We had found that we had interrogated the gnome after his death, and we had found out that he basically gave us the information about the Stone of Galore. He doesn't know where Rainier's dad is, but he definitely works for them. And also we learned of Erstil Floxen, who is the leader of the Bad Zentarum, supposedly. We also got summoned by the Castellanters, who graciously offered us protection in exchange for us finding the horde for them, or working for them to find the horde. And I believe that was more or less where we had left off. The Castellanterns had supposedly have a curse on their family that causes children, whenever they turn 9, to turn into demons.
We also went and visited the temple in dedication to
yes,
Gone.
Bing
The
bong.
House of the Inspired Hands.
Yeah,
we
the
did
people that
visit
worship
the-
technology.
We did visit the House of the Inspired Hands, and we got a fancy doohickey that detects Nimblebrights
Was patented by
from
Microsoft.
Nim, who works there.
Yeah, we talked to the one of the automaton who had made the robot that shot the fireball at us, and the owners of him were quite upset about the fact that we had that he had caused so much destruction and trouble, and wanted us, were willing to pay us a sum of money to do what we were already doing, which is find that automaton and take it out. But yeah, I think we're on our path to try and find who's currently controlling and giving orders to that Nimblebright.
And did we discover why or how Nim came to be in the custody of the Temple of Gond?
No, I think they just said that they had one.
Yeah.
I thought they were the kind of creators of the Nimblebright. Is that not correct?
No,
No.
You know that they're Lanthanese technology.
Right, okay.
The Lanthan is like a distant land from here that you have to travel across the sea to the west in order to get to, off the Sword Coast. So we would know that they're not specifically from here. They're imported via some facet.
But no, they didn't talk about how they got Nim. Only that he thinks that he is
A real boy.
a real boy, but he is not, and has been trying to create more versions of himself as an expression of his sense of self being.
All right. That was a really cool thunder flash in the
Yeah,
background. there.
also, just a fair warning, it is storming here, so if we lose connection or power or something like that, we'll post in Discord and try and post in chat.
Yep.
Lose anything, and if or when we'll be back up, expectedly. And so if you hear that going on, I don't know if you can, if it's coming through the mic, it's probably not. but just in case the
Does it?
rumble is not dinner.
Yeah, so it looks
Mostly.
it looks like on the volume levels, the thunder might not be coming through unless we're talking, but the sharp cracks definitely will.
Okay.
All right, so let's switch it over to top-down map. Because we had just discussed that you guys are now on an investigation of sorts to find the Nimblewright that caused the destruction outside of your homes in the Northward.
Yes.
You guys have a contraption that you have to be within some distance of while pulling that trigger, and it uses like a detection of sorts to indicate the presence of a Nimblewright.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the information that you have to go off of as far as this side of the investigation. I can say that one of the other directions to go, if you guys are interested as well, is to investigate more about Dalekar. Just given that out to the nature of how these campaigns are flowing, something that you guys have the options of doing is going down routes of investigating the days leading up to Dalekar's death. So we got the post-mortem of Dalekar from last session, but we didn't really go follow his trail. That is also something you guys can do.
Oh yeah. He's the gnome who died, right?
He's the gnome who died, who
carrying
had the Stone of Galore, was bringing it to Chilsko Manor.
Stole it from Xanathar in the impossibly intricate underground sewer system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do you guys think?
Personally, Astra doesn't have any like hooks or interest in either one of these to like any next level degree. So either one or both is fine.
Okay.
Like I as a player would like to use the heartbeat sensor to like I think that would be fun, but also
And so we are going to start using here we go. I think it's this one. I can't see because I think it's here. Yes. We'll go with here. We're going to start using, I'll change this out, different pegs to indicate Nimblewright sightings as we continue along here.
What's the feasibility of just walking around the city with this detector going boop 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 boop?
That is an option.
Okay. Like, is that unreasonable to
It
assume?
is one of the options that the book has assumed you would do.
Okay. My first inclination as a player is like, there's no way that would work. But then I was also like, but there's a good chance that that's one of the ways that the book probably has you.
Here's something that probably set the tempo so that you guys can understand the next part of this investigation. Outside of luck, this investigation takes days of in-game time. So patrolling the streets is an option that you have available to you. It will definitely take you days to go across the city.
I'm assuming Tiger's Eye is another option.
He would be another option.
We did talk to him once, and he led us to the Temple of God, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's also reasonable to assume that he will be charging from this point forward too.
We also we talked to the body of Daggled, and what information did we really get out of him again? Do you remember?
We had asked him.
We asked him quite a few questions, I think.
What were we bringing to Rainier? It was the stone. Why did he pick the 3 flights up? Because he heard that we got along with Rainier. He didn't know that there were more than the Xanathar. He didn't know who else was chasing him, but he was sure there were other people.
Loving it.
He stole the stone from Xanathar. His boss is in Neverwinter.
Okay.
We talked to the other body who said that they work for Erstal Floxen. And someone told us to talk to Ruth and the Skewered Dragon. I don't remember what that was about.
That's the we talked to Ruth. She was the cleric.
Oh,
and
yeah.
she said that if we ever were in need of her, we could find her in the Skewered Dragon. But so I'm thinking.
Yeah, you also found out that the Stone of Galore is the key to finding the Horde of Dragons, right?
Also,
Yeah, and then it can be broken into 3 pieces. And
previously, you had mentioned talking to Davil Starsong.
that's it.
Yep, Dabble.
That you wanted to go and talk to him again.
Mm-hmm. So I think we got a couple different ways going about that.
We've got two paths that are currently laid out in front of us. It's the investigate the Nimblebrights or go investigate the Xanathars.
And I was thinking, what if we combined the 2 of those?
Okay.
Right? So we take the Nimblebright detector and follow back the path that Davil took and try and retrace his steps and use the Nimblebright detector at the same time, because we would think that those may be connected, but maybe not connected. We're not sure yet. That could just at least be a good starting point to start using the detector. I do like the idea of talking to Davil and seeing what kind of information he has, since he's been spying on the Xanathars. And if he's been spying on the Xanathars, he probably has some information.
Would you be able to flip the map the other way? We have it inverted from what we have had in the past.
Oh.
I thought the field war was always towards you guys.
I also thought this was the way it was.
Okay, that's fine.
But I don't know.
It
Would
doesn't
be
matter
right.
to me.
Are you meaning this way?
No.
Yeah.
I believe we usually have the dock ward this way.
Oh.
I thought that this marker was on the inn.
No, the inn is down here.
Right, the inn is usually, at least in my brain.
I see.
See, and I always see the field ward.
Okay.
That's the one place on the map I'm like, I really want to go there.
There's a good chance that we've played with it both ways.
Super duper doesn't matter. Can we mark our establishment as having cited a thing? Because I have no idea where anything is currently.
Also, I think there's currently stuff under.
There is.
Leave it as is, regardless.
Yes. Red for Fireball.
Red for Fireball. Okay.
Yay.
Fireball. Okay.
Oh, here we go. I knew it was there. That is where you guys went to.
Oh, I'm making a happy face.
Where's your happy face? There you go. It's a smiley.
It's just
with
a big
one
old
red
ghost.
eye.
It's like a ghost in the shape.
It's an evil robot. It's got a red eye. Okay. I am pretty on the talk to Dabble path. That seems like.
And since you guys are like on that idea, just to throw out more of the only connection that you guys have built up so far is that each of the people that you are factions of are people that you can talk to.
Yep. So we could talk to the Emerald Enclave. We could talk to Davil and his group, and we could talk to the Harpers to see what more information there seems like. Good options.
Well, if we're wanting to track down Xanathar Guild stuff, Davil's probably the person to talk to.
Sounds like a good idea to me. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys make your way to the yawning portal. So the fireball went off in the morning. Your investigations have actually probably led you closer to nighttime at this.
Dance with the dog.
Perfect time to talk to shady gang leader.
He's not shady.
It is a classy dinner.
Mm-hmm.
At a classy establishment.
He's
with
not like mafia
plenty of-
boss shady, or it's like high class shady.
He's like dapper shady.
Yeah. Might actually be a good guy kind of
some
shady.
shady.
So like, if we're putting on a scale of dapper to shady.
Right.
We're placing it on the eastern side of the yawning portal.
You're high on the dapper side, low on the shady side.
Where does Percy fall in on the spectrum?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Hello, we're friends.
Probably like right in the middle. Overall.
Okay.
In the middle of his
mostly
overalls.
based on how people like how he interacts with people and how people interact with him.
Okay.
Not
We all
necessarily.
kind of exist right in the middle.
I'm
None of us are particularly shady or particularly dapper.
I'm not dapper at all.
I beg to differ.
I promise you, she. Especially when she smells like earth. Earth and petals.
Okay. So you guys are going to Yawning Portal?
Sounds like a plan.
It's still the same day that you hired out your stagecoach, so it is still available for you guys if you wish to do that, or if you just wish to
Sure.
jump on a dray, you can do that as well.
Nah, we'll keep our stagecoach for now, I guess. A little bit more anonymity.
In my stagecoach, that's so privated, I cast detect magic before we get to the yawning portal.
Okay.
We'll have. So, how do we activate the beeper? Does it just beep? Like, can I keep it in my pocket and it just beeps if we walk
It is
near?
not it is like a 1.5 foot long
It's like an umbrella.
contraption that has a big lever on the front that as soon as you press it, it makes audible noise and whirs and stuff, and as it draws closer to a nimble right, it will start going faster and faster.
Okay, well, I'll have that on at any time that is reasonable while we're traveling.
Okay.
If, like,
I
we're
have that
talking
on.
to a guard, then I might not have it on in his face. But
Are you robot? I can see that with my own eyes. You're right. Actually, no.
I'll be using it whenever possible.
Okay.
People are gonna think you're so weird.
Okay, we're in a closed.
Just like the driver's like, what are you doing back there? Detect magic. Woo, woo, woo. Like, can you imagine an Uber driver just get in the
Yes, I
back
can.
of an Uber with a soundboard, like hee haw, and he's just like, come on.
Nope. That's how you never get an Uber ride again.
Wait, can they blacklist you on
Yeah.
Uber?
They
Oh,
rate
yeah.
you just as much as you rate them.
Yikes. I didn't know that.
So, you guys get to the Yawning Portal.
Okay.
Hustling and bustling with people as usual.
As always, more so because it's nighttime.
Yeah. All the interesting stuff happens at the nighttime in the yawning portal.
Mm-hmm.
Have we seen any escapades down into the pits again since our first visit?
You know, you've come to understand that that was actually like a remarkable catch. They don't happen all the time.
Okay.
Like slight provocation around the news, like just even like, hey, was last time somebody went in there, like reveals that it, you know, once every month or so, you get some person who's foolish enough, though somebody actually does mention, well, you know, they also have hired adventure parties. There's not as much fanfare. It's a lot more private, like descend into the depths.
Okay.
Which is gonna be us soon. We're definitely going down there. It has to happen.
So, we get to the yawning portal. We're going to go talk to Davil. Just pretty much go straight there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't been like exercising particular subtlety when talking to him, have we?
No. The air of abundance tends to be the subtlety that Devil requires. And in such case, like, you guys clearly see that he is preoccupied with what seems to be a host of people that he is catering to at his very standard table. You see Yagra, the half-orc, who you understand now works for him, standing at a pillar about 20 feet in front. She catches your eyes as you guys glance that direction.
My woman.
Mm-hmm. We move to Yagra and ask if we can have an audience with Davil.
She looks, not here for arm wrestling?
No, not tonight. Yeah.
Maybe next time. Sure! There's a spot at the table next to her. He sits down. Come now.
Alright, come on.
Oh, Astra.
You may make an athletics check.
10!
you can clearly see that she's not putting all of her attention into this and is like keeping monitor on the other table. And so she knows that she's immensely stronger than you, but she gives it a good show and lets you push her around a little bit, and then she eventually like stalemates you in the center. And then when she sees that one of the people get up to leave,
Pause. You have beautiful eyes.
you as well.
I would like to make persuasion check. A charisma check, please.
Okay, you can make a persuasion check.
Well, you know, a 3 is enough, right?
Now she feels like you're toying with her in a little bit of a sense.
It was intentional.
Oh.
It was the act of distraction.
But yeah, so she stalemates the arm wrestling competition, and then he looks like he is wrapping up his affairs. It's almost time. And so she stands back, leaning against her pillar. She says, "Just a moment. Maybe you sit, grab a drink. It will be ready."
You're very strong.
Thank you.
You work out.
A lot. Thank you for noticing. Usually, from all these sissy people around here, I have not gotten a good arm wrestling competition in weeks, it feels like.
That's fine.
Yes. I want to die, yes. I have a feeling that she rages and then kills whatever it is.
And you said you were casting Detect Magic.
Yeah, before getting out.
Okay, yeah. Various, probably half dozen to dozen and a half, depending on where you're standing in the room, start showing is shining. There are a few weapons that light up on, like, adventurers and other people. There's the giant sword that's behind the bar that's up on its holster today that's, lighting up.
It's not transmutation. What's the type of magic that is puppeteer, control-y?
That's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head.
I start looking for the auras of magic to see if there's anything that is of that vein of like something that the nimble bright would be made of, or
I think it's under like illusion magic. Like charm person, for example. Oh, it's enchantment.
Also, I think that you had detect magic when we talked to Nim, and there was no magic.
Yeah, Nim wasn't magical.
but the people who do the things might be.
Yeah.
I just see if there's anything interesting floating out.
I mean, there's information galore with Detect Magic in here. As far as, like, being able to focus on one thing, it's like you just opened up a library full of books, and they're just pages are pointed at you. When it comes to that.
Well, are there any purple or pink ones?
Probably amongst there. Are you wanting to investigate and spend time running around the inn while waiting for Devil?
Yeah, while I'm waiting.
Okay, make an investigation check based on intelligence.
Well,
For your
you or...
arcana-like nature.
Investigation is?
9?
9. You move through, and in the 10 minutes or so to do a quick loop around, one, you find that it's hard to keep track of everything because the magic items that are attached to people are moving about, right? And so you go and you get closer to a few of them, and you find mostly enchantment, like on armors. You see a few divination-based things of various reasonings. You can't understand what they go to specifically. Like, oh, that person's ring has divine magic on it, or divination magic on it. But you don't quite see enchantments or anything like that.
So, divination is holy magic, right?
No, divination's like scrying and like
magic,
looking
probably.
into the future and detect magic and stuff like that. Detection magic.
What is holy magic?
There's not.
Like
it doesn't
cleric.
have a.
What do clerics cast?
It's this. They're all the same magic. They just have a difference.
So when the magic police say you can't cast certain types of magic,
The magic police stop you from casting magic that would disrupt the city.
but
right?
there's a
They
difference.
specifically recruit people who cast arcane magic.
Yes.
Holy magic.
If your sources come from arcane magic, Well, so there's also a general perception that divine magic casters are not the ones that have the magic. They are requesting their god
Okay.
or use magic through them.
So is there a way for me to identify who's been blessed with holy magic rather than
Not specifically.
like
Of
with
that nature, I don't
items
think.
and stuff?
Just like if you were to cast detect magic on Percy and he doesn't have anything magical on him, you wouldn't know that he's a mage.
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing that detect magic itself doesn't necessarily, as normal, tell you if something's arcane or divine.
Okay,
It just
but
tells you what
tells
school
the
of
school.
magic.
Yeah, think of it this way. Detect magic is looking for the smoke that a fire is billowing. If the fire isn't actually currently going, there's no smoke for the detect magic to find.
So I'm going to low key. I say low key because I'm not like, hey, you're gorgeous. But as I'm noticing these items, as I'm sort of shuffling my way through the crowd, if I see a ring, I'll say to that person, your ring is really beautiful, and then move about. And I'm just gonna fucking do that to people.
Okay, that's not low key, right?
Yeah.
Because you said low key, but then you just said, I'm gonna walk up to this random person in a random group and be like, yo, your magical item is beautiful.
I said as I'm shuffling through the crowd, I'm not going to their table and saying, hey,
She's doing the eerie
excuse
thing.
me. Yeah. I'm just gonna.
Hey, your boots
Okay.
are real cute.
So
and then
give
move
me a stealth check. You give me a stealth check based on charisma.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's cool.
Okay, well, I rolled a 14. My stealth is a +2.
Your stealth is a +2 based on
Yes.
dexterity.
And I have a charisma bonus of a +1.
Okay, so
Well, wait, hold on. Are my stats different?
I don't know.
No, they should not be. Level 3.
So are you proficient in stealth?
No.
Okay, so you would use the roll that you rolled plus your charisma bonus, plus your proficiency bonus if you were proficient in stealth.
Okay, so 15.
Okay, so you did pretty good. You moved about the crowds and you got close enough to like look at some of these things and be like, oh, hey, that ring's really pretty. You came up across like a person wearing a very interesting set of interconnected bracelets that doesn't seem to have a start or end. And some people are actually just displaying their magical properties openly, you know.
I wouldn't do it to someone hiding their magical item.
Okay. You get a number of compliments back. Some ignore you, some interact with you briefly for doing
Cool.
so.
Pretty much it. Waiting on Davil's Star Song.
Okay. Are you two having a drink while waiting, or?
Probably make a little bit of small talk with Viagra, but nothing much more than that.
Yeah, Percy orders a drink.
Okay.
For me? Do you get me a drink?
No, not typically.
Well, I walk up to the bar and I order myself a drink, and then I order a second drink. And I'm like, oh, looks like you already have one.
Two for me.
For me.
It'd be 2 nibs apiece from you.
Okay.
And then Yagar covers yours, Percy.
Okay.
Wow.
And in fact,
you know what? I walk up and give one to Yagra.
okay, so you're still rummaging around, complimenting people's jewelry, and Yagar says, "Oh, Davil treats all of his friends," and she orders a mug from the waitress that's nearby that's tending specifically to his party. And when you receive yours, you realize that it's not quite top shelf, but maybe a step or two down, but is definitely much stronger and much more hearty than the typical ale that's served. This one is hinting notes of like different types of berries.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in short order, you can see that several of the people start like leaving. 1 or 2 of them stay behind. You can actually, now that you're looking, one of them definitely seems to be more of a bodyguard of sorts, but is less like brawn and more of just like, I will cut you in 17 different places before you realize what's going on, kind of like posture. And the other one seems to be like a balding halfling of sorts who has a very, very long mustache. That every time he turns his head and talks, which he seems to be very like energetic in doing so, you just see these sways of mustache hair going. It's like, oh man, that is a look. He's striking it pretty well. I don't know if I like it. At least from my viewpoint. You can make your own decisions. I would pick on the halfling. But anyways, yeah. So he continues, and you arrive back to Yager with 2 mugs.
And this is fire
whiskey.
Fire whiskey.
You want to Yager?
Yeah.
Thank you.
For prize for winning the arm wrestling competition.
For not winning, it was a stalemate.
Right. That's why I won for each of you.
All right.
Not 2 for Yagra.
And it takes a few more moments, but then finally Dabble says, yes, and I think our business is concluded. Thank you for your assistance in my matters. We will be in touch. And he stands up and turns to the side, and there's another person there with like a wash bowl that he washes his hands with as the halfling gets and leaves. At this point, you can see like his mustaches when he was sitting down were basically touching the ground. Now that he's standing there, about like half shin height.
That's great. Those are the kind of people that I expect to see at the yachting portal. Just all sorts of types.
Yep. And so as he gets up and he looks at just the sheer crowd behind him, as the more of the evening crowd is filled in, he just like puffs out and he takes his mustaches and like curls it up around him. It's just laying on his shoulders as he walks out.
Hell of a mustache. Go to talk
Dabble.
to Dabble.
Yep. Bagger says, he'll be ready for you. Have fun.
Appreciate it.
2 seconds.
2 seconds.
2 seconds. That was good.
Ooh, no.
Go see.
What are you gonna ask him? What are you gonna tell him?
Oh, you know, stuff.
Things.
Probably gonna tell him that we got fireball in our backyard, and we're trying to find the source of said fireball, and we're trying to figure out what happened with what's his name?
I'm thinking of phrasing it along the lines of needing some information on the Xanathar.
And probably bringing up Erstal Floxen in a way would not be.
We believe we were attacked by either a Xanathar or other faction of Zentarum in our own backyard. And a friend of ours was, or a soon-to-be friend of ours was killed in the process, and we need more information. We're looking for some revenge.
Okay.
And we need help with the information side.
Just to fill more air than the 2 seconds. Something that you guys should start keeping in the forefront of your minds, especially where it becomes relevant, is the information that you guys have and how that is a resource amongst your other resources of money, the ability to exchange goods for favors and all that kind of stuff, and be ready to negotiate with those things as you carry out the things that you're asking for.
Yep. Less can be more until more is more.
Okay, so you guys walk up and he says, my friends. And goblets of wine are poured and set at the table. 3 across the table from you guys, and Devil's here, and he seems to have one of his accomplices with him.
Good to share a drink in these troubling times.
Troubling indeed. What brings you to our neck of the woods? So to speak.
Our abode and one of our contacts was attacked this morning.
A tragedy.
We have reason to believe that the Xanathar Guild was involved, as well as potentially one of the other splinter groups of the Zentarum. We're looking to see if we could maybe negotiate for some information.
What manner of speaking are you looking for? I will need more to go off of than that description, but perhaps we can be of help.
I didn't think past
This is
that.
currently your gambit.
I want to talk to Devil Starzon.
I want to attack you.
I want to talk to him.
Your introduction has intrigued me. Now, perhaps you can share with me the details of your next paragraph to lead me on your journey.
We're trying to
just the introduction.
Find our way towards Xanathar.
Yeah, we want
headquarters.
to. We want to know if you have any information on the Xanathar Guild's more recent activities or movements, and specifically, we know that an automaton, one of the not Netheries. I don't know why that's in my
Nimble right.
The Nimble Rights was used to initiate the attack.
Nimble right is keyword indeed. Well, as far as the Xanathar Guild goes, they have dozens of hideouts underneath the city, and they shift and move as their lairs go up and down. One of their recent ones was reclaimed by a den of were-rats, I believe, after the leader of that den was removed from his post, so to speak. That was something that happened here recently. But
Mighty interesting. Okay.
As far as nimble rights go, that will take some investigation. First, we would need to see what one of those necessarily looks like, though I believe a few of my advisors already know what you might be speaking of. Though as far as information where they are posted specifically, you might find me a little lax. However, I can do some talking amongst my people, if you'd be willing to do something for us.
That seems fine. We
Certainly
were also
we would be
looking for information on where Xanathar hideouts were, so we could sort of trace some ground, cover some ground in the sewers without being in too much peril.
Well, going to a Xanathar hideout without being in the guild itself is perilous enough. If you are seeking to go there without peril, it's pretty difficult to do. As far as knowing where one is specifically hosted currently, same deal. We would have to do more investigation. Most of our struggles lie within the fact that they are in open war with the Zentarum that are often causing bloody messes in the street these days. So it is not quite easy for us to do those things and stay hidden from both of those groups.
What did you have in mind specifically? I think certainly we wouldn't be asking for as a favor, but we would be willing to assist in something.
Oh, nothing too crazy. There's a shop in the trades ward called Weird Bottles Concoctions. The gnome who runs it is a friend of ours named Schemo. He's made some potions of mind reading for a client. Pick up the potions, deliver them to the Godcatcher, one of the enormous statues in the castle ward. Give the potions to the lady in the purple cloak. Keep the tip. Discretion, mostly.
Seems easy enough.
And I'm sorry, could you repeat the name of that location?
The Godcatcher.
No, the potion shop.
Weird Bottles Concoction.
Madness Games and Comics.
Mm-hmm.
Weird bottles. Construction?
But yeah, we'd be more than happy to assist in exchange for any information on the Nimble Brats.
I do give him the description that we have of the specific Nimble to reaffirm his group's suspicions on which one we were talking about.
Okay. Then he takes that and says, we can probably dig something up in a day or two. Perhaps come back and visit me then, and I will tell you what I know.
Will do.
Sounds like a plan. Keep our meeting short and sweet, I think.
You note that it is basically you got enough time to get back to your Troll Skull or to Three Feathers Up before it's fully dark. So you can choose to do this at night to deliver the potions, or you can wait until the morning.
Discretion seems to indicate to me that we could do it tonight.
Sure, we can do it
If
tonight.
that's something you guys are up for.
That's the plan.
Cool. And we've got the carriage for the day, so I don't think we should take the carriage to the location specifically.
Not really, that's
but
discretionary.
Once we're inside, it's discretionary. Getting in is the little. So.
What do you mean?
So the carriage, once you're inside, it's closed off from the outside, so no one can see who's inside. That's the privacy plus of going in them. But the process of getting into one is, like, in and of itself, potentially something of note, or might catch people's eye to be like, who are these folks getting in this fancy carriage going around town? If the carriage just all of a sudden showed up at a potion shop, we got out, went inside, came back out, got back in the carriage and left, then that might be suspicious that this fancy carriage is showing up at this potion shop in the middle of the night. Like, if we want discretion, we probably should enter in a more normal fashion. That's my thought, at least.
I'm cool with that. I think it's smart.
So you guys leave. You can see, actually you hear more than see at this point because there is a general throng, but you hear Volo and Fluent over in the corner having a rather raucous game of something or other.
Slip out.
Oh, I want to sneak up on.
Okay. Give me a stealth check with advantage.
$20.
You have snuck up on him and Fluent, for what it's worth.
Oh, Brigster. Yes. I go, hello, boys.
And Volo looks over at him. Did you say something?
It was an attempt to get spooky spook.
I consider me scared.
Okay, bye.
Oh, you're snuffing. Oh, hello.
Bye.
Astra.
Yeah. Bye.
Oh, just stop me. Hey, did you see more about the ghosts? In some other time, perhaps.
I'm for sure.
We can recruit a whole bunch of new ghosts.
Yeah. I like the one.
So are we taking the carriage to the store, or?
As I was saying earlier, I think that maybe we should refrain from using the carriage just because it would, in and of itself, draw attention. Even
Seems
if
fine.
while we were inside, we were secret. Probably should take the standard route.
Sure, you can do that for sure. Take the dray to, where is it that this establishment is?
It is in the trades ward.
And this game's
Dray to the
fun.
trades ward.
You guys are on aboard one of the daytime trolleys still, and when you guys get on, it's like, all right, last stop in the district of the trades ward. This is going straight through the Court of Bulls, so magic users beware. Sorry, Court of White Bull. That's the name of it.
The Court of the White Bull?
What does that mean? What does
I'm
that
also interested
mean?
to know what that is.
I ask the shelter.
You note that it's the automaton that's in the back of the dray that accepts the admissions, and he reads off an enchantment of. It is the ancient historic site of where a spell duel ended in disaster that caused the god of wizards to weave it back together. A wrinkle remains, and magic items are extremely unstable in the area, causing them to be forbidden.
Any of y'all have magic items?
Don't have any magic items, but don't necessarily plan on casting any magic while we're there.
You have a magic item?
I have an amulet
Oh.
of greater and lesser restoration.
Oh, yeah.
You also have a magic item. Whirs and clinks and claps and...
That's magic? Not mechanical?
Yes, she detect magic. It's divination magic.
Oh. Okay, well...
It turns into one of those Barbies.
Get off the Drake.
Get off the Drake, because we can't go that way.
Oh shit!
We'll have
There's
to take
probably people who hang out at this bus stop and are just like, "Where's your magic items? Stick them up." That's what I would do if I was a bad guy, but I'm not a bad guy, so.
I think we're in a little bit nicer part of town right now.
Presently, yes.
Sure.
But yeah, we need to go a different way.
We
You can go.
have to hoof it, sounds like. Or we can take the other carriage, but...
Is there a different way into the trade board?
Oh yeah, there's plenty. It was just the Dre itself has a route that goes through there.
Okay, we pick a different Drake.
I only have 2 hoofs to hoof it.
No, probably
pick
not
drop.
like Dre wise, like specifically in this section. Oh, you said Dre. I heard way. Yeah.
Yes, both of those.
Okay.
Both of those
No,
words.
this is probably one of the last daytime characters that run through there, so there's probably like a shift change. You guys will be waiting for a bit, which you can do if you want to.
What's the other option?
You can walk,
Okay, if we can walk, we'll walk. I
Yeah.
don't mind.
take your stagecoach, whatever.
Walking's fine.
Hey Percy,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna light this torch I have. Green.
Okay.
I can't do that anymore.
You really can't?
I really can't.
That's what I needed. Don't light this thing.
She puts the lit torch back in her butt pouch.
No, why is it a regular torch? I can do that. You know?
Sure, Astra.
Like, can you blow out this birthday
I could cast
candle?
light on it and make it a different color, but...
Yeah.
And you guys are actually coming into this area
Yeah,
right
I
here.
wanna do
It is
that.
not that far of a travel.
Let me think of a different item. You don't have to do that with a torch. Let me find something else.
Yeah, if we can walk, definitely.
Sure.
That's
Okay.
Mhm.
As you guys are basically, here's a good question. You don't know if you're being followed or not, and you don't know if people are paying attention to you or not. You walk to your destination in any altered way than just walking there.
So my thought was that when we get to the general area where the shop is, we'd do a bit of casing the place, which might be like seeing who's going in and out of the shop, seeing what kind of shop this is, is there a back entrance to this place? Hey, maybe we just hang out, see if the same kind of people stay around us for a certain amount of time, or if people tend to move on, just like stuff like that. The standard, like, hey, let's be cautious. We're told to be cautious. Let's be cautious.
Yeah, I think, one, we've been in the dock wards frequently. Treating it like anybody's going to want to jump us at any point in time. And then secondly, making sure that we're not having dark elves from the roof fucking chasing us around, trying to fucking, you know.
Yeah, but ultimately, there's only so much we can do. Eventually, we're gonna have to go in the shop.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're give it a due diligence as well as we can.
Get there cautiously now, just being aware of our surroundings, but we're still going to the shop. We're still going to the trade board, to the shop, and then we'll make others arrangements
Sure.
to get
So
there.
let's start with the group perception check.
Cool. I love that.
No, sir. A 1.
Oh. Dapper's got places to be.
You know, if you want me to re-roll.
19.
Okay.
The whole spectrum.
We're gonna go with the fact that
Wow.
there's a bit of a, not quite unlike a sensory overload, but as you guys get into the trades ward, this is several of your first time visits. Basically, lavish expenses of all tastes are here. It's like a sizable trading town inside the city of Waterdeep. It's bustling day and night constantly with activity, both on streets and balconies that can sometimes be 5 stories high. One of the first things that you guys note is, as you guys are walking up, you can see a clear divider line And the trade ward's color is green and purple, just like our banners and the building faces of this street. It just goes from the castle ward into these greens and purples, and you can see this wooden placard that's just over the street. This is just this archway, and the trade ward's mascot is a giant mimic that is on the front here, and it's got its own cutout where it's great. Above the arch and everything. The tongue drops down into the street, so the larger drays kind of have to be careful. There's even if you look closely at the tongue, you see in a small font a height clearance on it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The next thing that you guys note is that advertisement is everywhere here, from all sorts of things. Everything is legal that you guys can tell. And the other thing that you note that along this prevalent amount of advertising is tons of City Watch members. Go and give me a history check, Percy.
Also, I have a question. What is illegal in the trade ward? What is it illegal to sell in Waterdeep? Or specifically in the trade ward?
I mean,
can you sell poisons?
It depends. There are legal uses for poisons, and then there are illegal uses for poisons.
But uses doesn't the
right.
use of something.
Yeah. So.
But rat poison.
You can still sell pipes for tobacco use in the trade ward.
You could sell the tobacco, but some of the other contents that might go into the pipe, maybe not.
Okay.
They're definitely illegal substances.
Poison for gardening purposes.
So you can sell collars that are this big, but you can't sell the children that.
You'd have to get the full edition of Code Legal to understand all the legalities and illegalities.
Does that exist in the actual codes for Waterdeep?
Is that something we could get next session?
No.
Oh, okay.
The Code Legal is basically you guys have read, and we've gone over the pamphlet version of it that keeps all well-abiding citizens within the lines of law, and then each of the guard stations have literally just judicial system where there's thousands upon thousands upon thousands of different.
But that's kind of not the world police
like United Nations,
like the UN.
It's the word for the thing that where everyone agrees that you shouldn't do this thing.
The Geneva
Is it the Geneva Convention?
Geneva Conventions for times of war, and
it's when it's like world crimes that you can't commit.
Yeah, there's a code of conduct to establishing yourself in the war.
I forget what it's called when you commit war crime.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another thing for that. The words are gone.
Less that and more like you walk into a courthouse downtown and they have codes upon codes upon codes of their penal system.
Okay, so we don't know all of that.
Yeah, you'd have general understanding of things that are legal versus legal.
Is it fairly equal to assume medieval IRL to Waterdeep rules?
Fairly, yeah, you think so. So the reason why you are so distracted upon entering the trade ward, Percy, and based on your role here, there's one person who noticed you. You've done dealings with him before. He's played a few gambling games with you, as well as you know him to be a seller of tobacco, and so he had taken interest in you for some effect, one or other, whether or not you purchased from him or you helped him out of a deal that he had, something to that effect. He notices you upon walking in and is kind of taking your attention away from the rest of the sites. It's a short conversation. You can understand that goes however you wish, whether it's you want to ask him a quick piece of information, or if it was just hey man, no, I'm kind of busy.
Yeah, mostly, hey man, not now.
Okay.
I'm polite and hey, howdy mom and all them, but...
Yeah, and he's oh, I can see you are with your friends. Perhaps some other time then. Maybe we catch up.
Yeah, I want to get some business done before everything closes down.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, you have a good night. We will see you later. Or not. Whenever you come back to the trade ward, honestly. You also know that many of the guild halls are here, and you specifically know that you see a lot of people in uniform, but you also know that a lot of City Watch is out of uniform here. This tends to be a very, very heavily policed section of the city, due to just the sheer amount of ongoings that happen here.
Is that because of theft and mugging and
protection
robbing
from
and-
theft and protection from illicit activities.
So a bunch of mall cops.
If you've got a lot of like level 10 fighters walking through the area, you know, it's nice to have like 150 guards on hand instead of like 10 guards on hand in case anything goes wacky.
Yeah, and you also know that the forefront of the trade war is definitely legal activity, but just like everything, there's an illegal underside if you look for it in the right places.
Every shop has a button they press.
Yeah, but you also know that
keep our guns.
you don't search for illegal things loudly here due to the huge prevalence of the City Watch.
Cool.
Are we doing something illegal?
Maybe.
Possibly.
Do we know that these potions of mind reading are illegal?
No. You just told me we don't know. But I assume that they're probably legal. But probably used for less than legal purposes.
Do we know that if this is illegal or not?
Based on Percy's history check, you do not know. You can go stop and ask a guard if you want.
I think it's safe to assume that.
Hey
it's
cop,
illegal.
is this thing I'm about to go do, is it illegal or not?
Aren't you trying to be secretive about that?
Oh yeah, shit, sorry.
Hi, my name's Astra. First of all, no.
But I think you can imagine some potentially less than legal uses for a mind reading potion.
Consent. If it breaches the line of consent, a lot of countries are like, no.
I think it's very safe to assume that whatever we're doing is legal.
There might be a permit
You
for
said
it.
legal, right? Legal. All right, cool. I don't ask a cop.
You have to... Okay, so you guys make your way deeper and deeper. You find very quickly that this place is very much hawker central. People that are wanting to sell you their wares, the stereotypical, hey, buy this bracelet, and they put it around your neck sort of thing.
No!
You actively get out of the way of them doing that. Are any of you making...
Are any of them cute? Like any hemp, like bracelets? Nice.
As far as beauty goes, let's give you an 8 out of 20.
No, get out of here. Also, why'd you give me non-10
I relish the attention, but don't purchase anything.
You okay?
Ugh.
You know, and you know
You're the worst. You
very
feed into it and you're like, yes, a buyer. And then
Yeah,
you're
but
like,
no.
I don't have money.
Sorry.
various
not for
tactics
me.
switching, like, oh, the
Wait.
clothing isn't working. Send in the food, right? And so different people bringing up sweets and snacks and different.
Hour.
Okay, so
By the sink, by the sink.
food though. I mean,
Samples, though.
Pull him by the horn. Come on.
At some point, you guys start winding down into an area. You have to stop and ask for directions a couple times.
I would rather not, as frequent as possible, not interact with people on that level.
We have to go. If we need directions to get to the place that we're going to.
Yeah, but there's signs everywhere.
That is true. There are signs everywhere.
I think we're
but the
smart
trade district
enough.
is also large. But
we're
yes, we can
smart
spend some
enough-
extra time to reduce the amount of time we have to talk.
Sure. Give me a group stealth check.
This
I would also like to be looking for a like washroom or like public restroom area.
You see those-
somewhere where I can get some like personal privacy.
You see those literally everywhere.
Okay.
It's up to you. They are very nondescript, very unobtrusive.
I have a 19 for stealth, and I'm looking for when we start getting closer. I'm looking to make a change of outfit.
Okay.
14.
Uno!
Okay.
But I get a +2, so 3!
You guys end up only having to ask once for directions to kind of get the general vicinity, and that's okay because he is like, so you're going to go a couple streets over, then you're going to make a right, you're going to go way down, start looking for the advertisements, they're everywhere, they'll pull you in.
Cool.
And so when you guys make it to the first advertisement, you can see that it gives you some street designators on it. You realize that you're like just another 15 minutes of walking before getting there. You see public restrooms and stalls and stuff nearby that you can go and change.
Yeah, I go and I change my outfit into my more religious alter ego, Ezek Strauss.
Ezek
Oh
Strauss.
yeah, your alter ego.
I basically go in, I spend like 60 seconds getting changed and made up, and come out as a light gray-skinned tiefling wearing religious robes and a large holy symbol.
Okay. And to give us a brief backstory on where this identity is coming from, you have an alter ego, obviously, but what is his marking in this city of Waterdeep?
He is a priest of the Temple of Timura, who is the goddess of luck and good fortune.
And so what kind of activities has he done in this city so far?
He mostly he participates in temple activities from time to time. He's not the most like he's not like a high-ranking official or anything. He's just very entry level, but he works with the church and helps with ceremonies when it's needed, and helps with other like churchly duties when it's relevant, or when like when Percy has downtime. That's one of the downtime things that Percy is doing typically.
Okay.
So that
Is this our first time interacting with
yes, as a matter of fact, it is.
So how? Okay, so we're like standing there, like Percy's going to the bathroom, right? Well, that was like, wait, where's Percy at?
Wait, so are we able to recognize that it's you through your own disguise?
I don't know. I don't believe so. You shouldn't be able to, hypothetically.
Is your skin color different?
Yes.
That's it through magical means or through like a disguise kit itself?
Disguise kid.
But he's like hyper proficient with disguise kits, right?
It's the part of the alter ego class, like
Thing.
background feature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Very technically, it would be like stealth against perception. You guys may roll your perception checks.
I think I would like to actively hyper fail this.
My stealth check is a 14.
I'm not looking specifically for a disguise of Percy, so if, at best I would imagine my passive perception would come to play, which doesn't
right?
beat that stuff.
I will be
anyway.
walking up to you.
Okay, well I've got a 21, but I would actively in game not like to use.
Okay. Sure.
Well, I'm keeping a lookout for things that are not my friend.
Yeah, there's still like certain things of like he's not actively changing his horns and that kind of stuff. So you would have a hunch essentially that if you spent any amount of time around him, you would definitely pick him out pretty you would sense a familiarity with him.
Okay.
That's the downside. Like, it's super hard, if not impossible, to be a charlatan and a tiefling or a non-human race at the same time. Because it's like, hey, that tiefling has the same horns as that other guy.
That seems a little ridiculous to me, but you know.
Yeah,
That's
probably
just how the world works.
Probably not going to play that super like out against enemies here, but like amongst your friends who've been around you for the past several weeks, they probably would know that it's very similar, but they're choosing not to, so it's okay. They do choose to when you guys walk up to them.
Mm-hmm. It's a very slightly hunched, like meek posture, like hands out in front, very like hand ringy, slightly hunched over, and like walks up and is like, "No,
can I help you?"
Yes, we should get going to the store. It's me.
That's handy. Why haven't you pulled that out before?
There's mostly no reason to. My name is Ezek.
I see. Well, nice to meet you, Isak. Maybe we should send just you in, and we can stay outside.
I would be quiet. Go in and.
That sounds like a good plan to me. That's quite handy.
Intelligence 0.
Intelligence -1.
Who are you?
It's
No,
very
but
similar
like-
to what I did for you
Yeah,
in the dock ward.
like better.
I'm a little more practiced.
We've got a lot of talking to do. I'm pouty. I'm so pouty. Like, those who are just now joining in, we had to dress Astra up as an elf. Piece of a session, and where he put a disguise kit on me, and it just didn't work. It didn't work. They saw through it. And here
it was a
you
pretty
go.
good disguise.
Yeah, it was good, but he saw through it.
I mean, some of it is the presentation, and the other part is the delivery.
So I low key am like, mimic. Oh, no, don't mimic it. Don't do it. That's so cool.
All right, it is but a few, like 10 minutes worth of walking.
I do start like putting some space between us.
Yep. I definitely move into the casing the place and not entering, but like figuring out what's going on around this shop, what kind of people are leaving and entering, and all that stuff.
Investigation check.
Ren, can you do that?
No, not particularly. I mean, I've got many outfits, but none quite so as convincing as that. I couldn't. The whole voice changing thing, that's not really my style. You said investigation. I'm so good at that. 11.
Okay.
I guess this is
13.
This isn't really one of my particular proficiencies, if you would.
I see. You guys get the... You don't get a super big inkling on, like, the full ongoings here, but, one, Weird Bottles Concoctions is a bit, noisy. Its sign is loud, as it would be. Big arrows, like, pointing in, a very extravagant thing. But it's not out of character with the other several potion shops in this area. They tend to have lined up together, at least a couple here.
Okay.
It is... You can't pick a pattern out of the people going in and out. You do note that it has a fair amount of activity, though, that is going in and out. You can barely see through these yellow hazed windows that there's just rows and rows upon, like, potions and tinctures and, like, herbs and stuff. Like I think the corner store is almost level size that has apothecarian supplies. You do note that most tend to be like hidden, like kept behind glass cases and stuff like that.
Okay.
More to the room itself. You see people of all various walks of life going in and out. It's not like just the destitute. It's not the shady looking. It's not the hoity-toity. There's no
Everyone
pattern.
comes to use the gas station.
Yeah, kind of. Like everybody wants to go in and grab a Red Bull sort of thing.
That'd be real nice.
Is there like a potion with a little Red Bull on it? You're like,
It's actually just a potion of flight.
Yeah.
yes!
Yeah. Some guy's like, "Hi, I got the potion of bull strength." He drinks it, wings spread up. Oh no!
Potion!
Yes! It gives you wings.
So yeah, I head into the shop and go basically just towards the front. It was a specific guy that we were supposed to talk to?
We were supposed to go to the Weird Bottles Concoctions and grab the potions of mind reading and then bring them to the Godcatcher and keep the
And a purple
and meet someone
cloak
there
was
in
in
a purple
there
cloak at the Godcatcher, and we're supposed to keep the dead.
Mm-hmm.
That was the instruction.
Cool.
Guy's name was Schemo.
Schemo.
That's the person we're meeting at the Godcatcher?
No,
Schemy.
Schemo is the person
Scheming.
at the shop.
Schemo.
Cool.
Gnome who runs it is a friend of ours named Schemo.
Eskimo.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm basically I'm going in, sort of like half browsing around, and then I make my way towards the like front desk area or the like checkout area.
Okay, give a stealth check.
Give me a stealth check. Ding ding!
A 9.
Okay. It's less about the entrance and more about like how he's managing the browsing section. You can give me an investigation check just for your time of browsing around.
12.
Okay. You actually note that a lot of these tend to be non-magical in nature, so more herbal remedies, homeopathic, lots of stuff of that nature. So
The Red Bull is just actually bull piss.
yeah.
Homeopathic remedy.
Red Bull, it would actually fall in line with a homeopathic kind of thing.
Pours
Like it
on
wouldn't show up
jellyfish
magical.
wound.
Suspicion.
So you eventually make your way to the front, and you see a gnome. He is a rock gnome. I think I do have a picture of him. Give me just a second.
Owns with the gnome.
Roxanne. You done it. You done that.
And I'll give it to you first so you can post a picture of him.
Yes.
He is the one right here.
Pictures being posted to Discord if you want a clickable.
We will
You know, not the greatest photo I've ever taken in my life.
Yeah,
But,
and he will be
don't
this
worry.
one right here.
Yes, he is indeed short.
He is indeed a short.
Oh, he's a cute though.
So, you know, he's got a little bit of work going on. He's a rock gnome, so he's darker skinned in nature, and he does have that very scene kid level hair parted off to the
He
side.
does look like he could be a part of Fall Out Boy.
Carrying the green cloak, you know,
Fallout gnome.
golden trim.
Yeah.
I chimed in.
Wrong band.
Oh no, is it?
Yes, that's Panic.
But it was like chime because bing bing.
You gave him a chime.
Percy walks in and the door thing rings and he's I chimed in.
He was like, oh, I haven't heard that one before. No, really, I haven't.
Theater group plays D&D.
So Eskimo looks over. How can I help you?
Yes, I was actually looking. There were 2 potions that I needed to pick.
Ooh.
Yes, there were potions. I forget exactly what. There was something to do with mental clarity. A member of my procession, Star Song, was asking for it.
Perhaps you mean the 4 potions.
4 potions, yes.
Oh, yes, mental clarity indeed. Mind reading, as it would be. Yeah. And he hands over a small silk-lined coffer. You can see 4 potions that have like a swirling blue mist in them. That is stoppered. And he closes the lid on it. We appreciate you delivering this for us very much so. You know where the god catcher is, yes?
Yes, we do.
What color were the potions in the couple's home that were on the things with the swirling? Was it the same white swirling mist?
No, yeah.
What if
Good
that's
catch.
just what if that's just like a fucking thing for people who are trying to get in? They all know that when you get to the other side, you have to have this damn potion. Like, woo, boy!
Well, Percy, since you have seen both of those things, you know they are not the same.
Put it in
Makes
there.
sense.
Also, just for the sake of it, you might have run into something like this. You definitely would not have, and you might have some experience with that. Give me a history check based on that past experience.
A 9.
You said me as well?
Yep.
Let's roll one of these dice. I haven't rolled these dice that much. History, you say? 12.
Okay. So you actually have come across a few of these in your temple. Those potions that were up on that library wall are actually basically audio recordings of passages. You can unstopper them, and the mist comes out, and it fills the air with audio, and then it goes back into it at the end of it, as long as the thing isn't broken.
Cool. I don't remember these potions. Where did
They
you
were
find
at
these?
the fancy noble's house.
When you guys went to the Castle
the
Lanterns,
vampire's house.
Oh, the vampire's house.
not vampires.
I mean, we don't know that.
They're
You'll-
kids.
Stop ruining our conspiracy theories.
So yeah, when you walked into the library, half of it was just actual textual books, and the other half was like this huge wall of just tons of these things.
Oh, like of audiobooks?
Yes,
They
they're basically
were doing
audiobooks.
audio recordings of their children, so that when they
Oh,
turned
that
into
when
demons
they're-
and died,
they
they have memories of their children.
So that's weird because when their children die and they uncork it and it's like children running through the house like
And then
that's
it's Cursed
creepy
Straw.
when there's no
There's the vampire connection.
you know
Like
it's
we
just-
said,
Yeah.
they're vampires.
So like I think somebody said that they wanted to like wreck the potions or something, or like knock over one of them. Like it would have just been a loud cacophony of jumbled audio, and then all of those things would be lost because their houses were destroyed.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
You know, like the old tape recordings would be like somebody getting a hold of the tape and just yanking it out while it's also going through a player.
Okay, that happens. People do
No.
that.
I'm glad we didn't. I don't know why we were thinking of that. I don't remember that.
It wasn't a serious
It
remark.
was
It was just
either
like
an
an offhand.
Annie or a Melissa.
Or maybe even a goat said
Annie
it.
had said that she was asking about those
It
potions.
was one of them was like, break it open, do it. And I was like, oh, I really want to.
Okay. Cool.
Sorry for the
We got our
tangent.
box of goodies.
Uh-huh.
Is it a box? You said
It is a
like
small.
a flight?
It is it's kind of like a flight almost,
A
like,
flight to be a
but it is
flight of
in
potions.
a silken coffin. It doesn't. It's got like a very small lacquered box.
Silken coffin?
Silk lined. Yep. It
Oh,
definitely
silk lined.
Yeah. It definitely looks like something an alkalite would be transporting, as it would seem.
Well, that works out perfect.
Or depending on what Percy was going for here, would you like to buy a potion?
Would you like to buy one of my...
All right. Percy has, or Ezek has made the collection.
Yeah.
Ezek,
Nice.
right? Or Ezek?
Ezek.
Ezek.
It's Izek.
Okay.
Ezek. He's sick.
Do you take up more time in there and make your way browsing out, or do you just beeline exit? How's it going?
I make my way out after.
Okay. So about 5-10 minutes inside the shop?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
When he leaves, I continue what I was doing and wait for him to get a good distance away.
Okay. In your brief time in there, you overheard very, very innocuous kind of things like, you got something that removes foot warts? Sort of like level of detail. Or, yeah. There was one dude in there asking for, hey, I really would like a love potion. Do you guys sell love potions? And Scheme was like, hey, that's illegal. Probably not.
Oh no.
That's illegal. I might not sell that. If you're a cop, you gotta tell me.
Don't lie to me. Yeah, so just various, like nothing super crazy.
Also, we just recognize it as one of the guards. It's like, you have a love potion?
I'm off duty, please.
It's literally just Thule.
My heart!
There's this,
You don't
this
need
druid.
one, Thule.
There's this
You don't
druid
need-
that I'm trying to impress, and you also, one thing of note is that you heard him ask for a healing potion. Another person asked for a healing potion. He said he does not have any.
That is interesting.
That he does not keep magical things in his shop.
That's fair.
Especially not in the box that you're carrying out. Yep. Nope, none at all.
And this is why shopkeepers don't allow you to cast detect magic in their shops.
That is smart, yeah. It's smart to just let people not do that.
I imagine you also have situations where it's like, I mean, I don't know if like anti-magic zones would be a thing, but like anti-detection zones might be something that like, or something, some kind of wards and protections the city puts up to protect their shop owners.
For sure.
Like prying individuals.
Like those anti-routers.
Yeah,
You
something
walk
just makes it
into
so
a
you
zone,
can't, like,
use your phone.
so you couldn't like magically teleport some of their items into your pockets.
Or show up with 20 fake gold coins and...
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Tons of stuff to worry about in the world of magic.
Yeah.
It's a good thing we're not shop owners, am I right? Shit.
It's okay. We're not dealing in so much of goods as much as
The
services.
services. I don't want someone coming in and stealing my ghosts.
What about your goat?
No one's gonna steal goat. He stays there. He stays.
Good go.
He always finds his way back home. Like, people steal him all the time, but he just shows up the next day.
All right.
It's our lucky goat.
This is Team Goat.
Business concluded. You guys can make your way in your own choosing back to the castle ward where the god catcher is.
Yeah.
The nighttime drays are definitely going at this point. They are options, stagecoaches, whatever you wish.
What if we like we are in the dray that's behind the dray that he's in?
What if they travel that quick? That, like...
What if we are in the stagecoach that's behind?
I mean, we can be in the same dray. Hypothetically. It wouldn't be that big.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just enter the bus. He's just at the front of the bus.
We'll just
next
into
to the
the woods.
driver.
In the woods.
To grandmother's house.
Theme.
Also, I'm so sorry. Grandmother's house. So yeah, like I think him being at the front of the dray is fine. Us being at the back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want
Just
him
like
to get.
we're not like buddy at the bus stop.
Yep.
I'm just like holding my box, and you're like,
Keeping an eye out, making
Hey.
sure nobody's tailing
Hey.
us.
Hello, child.
That's weird.
Hello, my child.
Where? It's supposed to be near. I looked all these up some time ago. I have since forgotten. We're looking for the God Catcher here.
"God catcher."
It is between the Trade Ward and the Castle Ward. Rest near the market. My bad. It's over here.
Is it in the like field area there?
There is the Griffin, and there is the portal, and here.
And which one is the God catcher?
The God Catcher is perhaps most famous due to its pose. It rests near the market. It is a well-muscled but impassive male human with its left leg sunk to the hip of the street, to its hip in the street, a result of a spell cast by Blackstaff during its time of rampage. Its
Yeah,
left hand and
it's
right
literally
foot
this one.
press against the group, trying to pull itself out. Its right arm raised skyward, and palm is upwards, where a sphere floats. The gaze looks towards that sphere.
I think it's like this. Like he has a sphere over here. Is it this one?
It might be this one.
Might be that one with artistic liberties.
Okay.
Because that one, the way that its shoulders are angled, it looks like both of its hands are down.
Yeah, it's not that one.
Okay.
This one, this is the God Catcher.
Cool.
Yeah, he is sunk
Very,
towards hip.
very cool.
Oh, he's like fully.
Yeah.
All of his
Well,
legs are
so
gone.
so I think his right leg is like still
Wait,
on
will you
pavement.
put
His
it-
left leg, he's down, and he's holding up this sphere, which I believe was an object that he was throwing at the
That's
time.
very cool.
Sick.
He was turned into unanimously.
So
Oh,
we're
here, let me
going.
take a photo of that then. Just to like.
We're going to this giant stone monument.
Yeah.
But it's not a monument. It's a being that's
I
trapped.
see
That's just a giant being.
Yeah, so like all of the, there was like a big war or battle thing that happened, and all of these stone giants transferred from the ethereal plane to the material plane, and we're like, we're here to fuck shit up, and then there wasn't anything to fuck up, so like, I guess we're fucking up this town then, or something like that.
Something like so. These are constructs that are hundreds of feet tall that were created in the very beginnings of Waterdeep by some very, very ancient and magical people. They exist in the ethereal plane, and they are only activated as defensive mechanisms to the city whenever they're in great peril. However, what happened was when Mystra died and magic went crazy, all these things in the ethereal zone went crazy as well, and they appeared in the physical plane. Most of them did. One of them didn't, I think. One of them actually fought
One of
on
them
the
was
good side.
later also,
Yeah, I forget the full histories of it. It's been a bit, but a lot of them are actually good things. But their deeds of good are in the distant past, and their deeds of holy crap, they just screwed up the city are in the real recent past.
But they didn't mean to.
They did not.
Because
Well, they're not
magic was messed up. They just appeared in the realm, but they appeared in the wrong place.
It's north of
well,
the
no, they're
market.
meant to be here in Waterdeep. They're meant to be like,
Oh, here's the market. There it is.
protecting
So it is a
Waterdeep
distance.
from outside threats. But when magic went haywire, their brains like short-circuited, and they not only got shunted into the material world, they were like, we're here. They basically did the like robot future, like, we're here to protect Waterdeep. Why are all of these buildings here?
Well, and it's also like, because they hadn't been activated in so long, the city grew up without them.
Yeah.
So they just popped into existence and were these giant stone statues that just like, oh, holy crap, all the ants down here, they're around me and they're squishing them. Destroying buildings and stuff without even wanting to on some occasions.
But how long have they been inactive for? That there are these
I think a couple
stone
decades.
things?
Very,
Okay.
very long time.
So
Not super long, actually.
It
Enough
was
for
like long for us.
yes, enough for tenements to start being built, and then like the Godcatcher itself has a lot of people like almost in spite. Some are like in celebration, some are in triumph. Have built into these structures. Like one of the structures itself is actually like a high-rise, super vainglorious apartment complex where The finger pointing out is the only way to get up to these apartments. You have to ring a bell at the bottom, and there's a tenant that actually orchestrates people through and to meet these super high-end people, sort of thing.
I just imagine you go into a coma and you wake up and someone has built an apartment complex. They've hollowed out your entire leg and built an apartment complex, and then you wake up and you're like, why?
They've been inactive for about a little less than 100 years.
Okay. So we're gonna go visit this thing in the dead of night and meet someone at the bottom of one to give them these illegal potions in hopes that we find more information about the other investigation.
These holy relics.
Yes, holy relics of great import.
Holy illegal relics.
Also, we technically don't know that the potions themselves are illegal.
Technically do not know that.
We
There are
just
legal
know
purposes
that
for
the
it.
use of them is probably for something that in and of itself is not legal.
Or use and creation are illegal, but having them isn't illegal.
So a knife.
There's probably permits for it and all that kind of
A
stuff.
knife is not illegal.
Right.
What
But
you
stabbing
do with the
someone-
knife
If we
is
brought a
okay.
knife to
So
a dude and that dude was like,
so
I'm gonna go stab this guy with this, and you're like, okay, good luck, have fun.
if we get caught with a knife, we don't get arrested. But if we get caught with these potions, we
We
do.
don't know.
No, we don't know. We don't know if we would or not.
Yeah.
The important
safe
part of
to
discretion
assume.
is that we're trying to be discreet for potentially other reasons.
Discretion, when done right, means that you never find out the answer to that question.
Okay. Well, we're trying to do that, yeah.
Yeah, so you guys actually have a bit of a journey in front of you. You must
Join
get
me!
to here. This is the God Catcher.
Oh.
You guys are presently for her in the trade ward.
Cool.
It's basically on your way back home, though.
Yeah, we could probably have figures if they're 100 feet tall. We just them down.
Paid some minis.
Yeah.
Paid some.
I think those minis might be a little bit large.
Oh, I would.
They
love
do
that.
have minis for them, and they're like this big.
I think
Yeah,
this
but
one, specifically the one that's on the title page,
Yeah.
has a mini that's at Madness.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying for scale on this map, I'm sure that a regular.
Oh, let's see.
Maybe it
For
is-
scale on this map, if you guys are like 6 feet tall, that means they're probably about this size. Actually, that's probably drawn to
I
scale.
think the one that comes in the box is something around this.
He might be one
And
that's
it's-
laying down.
It's like half scale. It's just a head.
I mean, that's also the thing in D&D, right? Like, you can't get bigger than gargantuan. So, and there's a certain point where actual mini size doesn't matter.
Here you go.
Is that
That's
a mini?
That is wicked.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
If,
scale.
if you had 2 scale rendition of Waterdeep, he would exist
like this
inside of
tall.
it. That'd be super cool. We should turn our entire neighborhood into Waterdeep.
No,
No?
I don't want my house to
Oh,
be.
make a scale by scale ratio for Minecraft like they did with some of those
Yep.
other things.
I mean,
Not just Castle Ravenloft. Let's go all of Waterdeep.
that wouldn't take too long.
I
would take a long
disagree,
time.
but alright.
No, especially if that one streamer did it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he
When
did it,
you've
he's
got
got
100 people doing it like at once,
Sure.
like it would be super easier. Especially if it was creative mode.
Okay, so you guys are taking Dre over to...
Yep.
I figured out what my next Minecraft project is. I want you guys to
Good
know.
luck.
Awesome. So you guys then make your way over to the God Catcher. Seen much sooner than actually arriving at the destination, he does stick out a bit, even against the night sky. Mostly because they're also just spotlights that light up the statue at night, giving the City of Splendors its wonderful nighttime appearance. You guys make it, and I need to flip back to that page. Wow, that was a really good flip.
Three feathers up my.
Ooh, that'd be cool. Alright, that's a good project.
You're welcome. I'll have to put it together and then stream it on the channel.
It's been a while since we've done some Minecraft.
Let's do it, Liam. That might not be my Wednesday project, but it'll be a project.
Okay, cool. So you guys approach, and the area is actually almost completely devoid of people at this hour. It's actually probably a little past 10, past 11, somewhere in that area. And the trade square like has some of the final vestiges of nightlife that are kind of conducting and wrapping up business, but most shopkeepers are ready to go to bed and they're like, hurry up, get out, I'm closing, sort of thing. And so you go a little bit past north the trade section, and you see a hire coach that is just sitting there at the hip. The horses are waiting patiently. You see a driver up in the front. And then you also see, because it's a hire coach, not a stagecoach, opened up, you see like a purple cloaked figure, seems to be feminine in stature, that is sitting down, just presently waiting. I was about to say, like, checking your phone, but
Hey, listen, you can minor illusion a phone.
Yeah, like, well, what's stopping you?
You have to have some pretty advanced illusion magic, I think, but...
Maybe reading.
Yeah, she might be reading through a candlelight or something.
Does make. Okay.
There's a bird tweeting next to her.
Oh. Where's the ancient?
Just stacked enough programmed illusions on top of each other and just made a Kindle. You can read on. Okay.
They have bottled voices.
Yeah.
So we
get
arrive.
off the
There's a lady
train.
on a regular bench with a regular ass book.
I approach the purple cloaked lady with my pack.
Oh. Raising. Is that a thing?
I couldn't pick it. I couldn't pivot. My brain broke.
And in the needs of keeping discretion, she keeps her cloak closed and very briefly glances at the coffer that you would have, and produces a small and black velvet pouch that she hands over in exchange.
Okay.
She gives no motion to try and give you any visibility of her characteristics. She's got the whole hood pulled very far forward.
Cool. I'm okay with that.
Okay. Just for note, in case it is ever of relevance, and if you guys are dealing with this, the purple cloak does have an impression upon you that you will recognize if you see it again in the future.
Very cool. I give her a bow or a... I give her I sort of like press my hand, my holy symbol, a bow, and then walk off.
Thanks.
She says something?
And she would recognize your symbol, but I don't remember the name of the person that you have a holy symbol.
It's Timura. She's
Yes.
basically the
Goddess
lady,
of Luck.
yeah, goddess of luck,
Lady Luck.
Lady Luck.
Yeah.
Luck, be
Lady Luck is smart.
So she would say something to the effect of, "May Timur's fortune find you."
Always does.
I got money in my hand. I'm feeling lucky tonight.
Okay.
Also, any church to have sketchy priests.
Yeah, a little bit. So the exchange made, she makes waste no time in telling her driver to go. She has gotten what she was there for. And pleasantries skipped. She has made her exit.
I think it's time for us to head up to
Three feathers out.
Featherdale up.
Yep.
Yep. We make our way back. I probably try to make a stop to change my looks on the way back.
Not as prevalent here as they were in the trade ward, but still very prevalent. There's public works to...
Yeah, like, literally, if need be, like, I'll take a dray to the trade ward, make a switch, and then take a dray to the... I'll show up half an hour late, it'll be fine.
Yeah, no, there's definitely plenty of cleanliness possibilities in the very advanced city here. So, you have plenty of opportunity. That is no big deal. Also, inside the coin pouch... is, because that is what it is, it's over again, are going to be 16 platinum pieces.
Which are...
I got you.
They are...
Harbor Moons or Suns?
Sun.
One of them was, I think the Harbor Moons are the...
Harbor Moons are
50
5,000 nibs.
They're 50 dragons.
Yeah.
The Suns are...
A platinum.
Yeah, okay. So, suns.
Cool. Very cool.
16 suns for
Which is
your
160
six.
gold.
Yes.
A piece?
No.
No, in the bag.
In the bag.
In the bag.
In
Yeah. If we just farm this quest, that was the shortest quest we've done so far. We can
We
make
could just do that. We could just do that again. Like, what's the next one?
We have to go talk to Dabble.
in the morning. I'm sure we will. Probably good time to go to sleep for the night.
Yes.
Cool.
And mechanically, you guys' renown with the Zentarum is now set to 2 for
Good.
completing your mission.
All right.
Trying to think of the easiest. Oh, I have a way of tracking this. I have something on my character sheet to track this.
All right. So you guys will go back to Yawning Portal, Yawning Portal, wrong destination. 3 feathers up, and go to sleep for the night. Are you guys doing anything else tonight before taking that rest?
Did you want to yell at me?
Yeah, I wait until Percy is locked and loaded. The doors are closed, and we are
Shoot you?
fully safe.
All right. Gun cleaning's done. Got Let's go.
What was that?
What was what?
You looked completely different. You sounded completely different. You walked different.
Yeah.
You were a completely different person.
It was a disguise, right?
Yeah. It was very useful.
But it didn't even look like him.
This is a very good disguise.
But you don't just pull
I am
that out of
pretty
your
proud of it.
nowhere. You just keep that in your backpack at all times.
Listen, you pulled transforming into an animal out of nowhere.
You did transform into an animal.
No.
I mean, there's magic versions of it as well, but mostly I kind of think of that as maybe a version of me if I didn't.
Where did you pick that up? On some
Around.
pirate ship?
There's been a couple of different versions that I've played around with. Ezek's one of not necessarily my favorites, but he's a pretty effective one.
What about you? Hiding any secrets?
The guy who just learned how to.
I flick some psychic daggers around. I mean, other than these and mine.
What are those?
Mind powers, no, not really.
Do those come from a god of sorts?
No. They
How do
come
you
from
know?
focus and training.
You just pull them out of nowhere?
Yes. I manifest them with
I
my
don't
mind.
believe you. They have to come
It's
from
true.
somewhere.
No. They come
One
from
sec-
focus.
Give me just 10 minutes. I want to detect magic. When I am done casting this, I will know. And what kind of magic are they?
They are magical.
I'm pissed. One,
Psionics.
what does that mean?
It means I manifest them with my mind
It
by
means he's not
focusing.
right. Also, anyone can learn how to do it.
It's not magic though. It's not from a school of magic. It doesn't use. It's not divine magic. It's not arcane magic. It's none of that.
So
It's,
how did you learn how to do it?
the temple. So part of living at the temple and keeping yourself in such an extreme environment is about focusing yourself and really, I guess, learning who you are to such a degree that you can affect the things around you.
Does it require material components?
No. Requires
Wrong.
nothing but my a lot of brain power, which I'm rather lacking in on certain days. It's taken me many years at this point
I've
to
never
get to this point.
heard of knife-throwing monks before.
Well, they don't all manifest the same way. This is how mine did.
Are
They're
they
quite
like-
handy.
He's a ninja.
And you just like pass it through something.
Lev in the background.
Liv?
Liv, yes. Just like passing his hand through the knife.
Liv, is there something that we need to do around here? That you need? Well, we're trying to get enough to scrounge up the place. like make it. I have a question.
Oh,
If
I'd like a beer.
if we
That's a mug out.
wanted
Pours an ale.
to have another ghost here with you, how would we do that? Are ghosts all unhappy? What if they want to be here? So, can you speak to other dead things? Do you know when somebody has died? So I ask him if he knows if Nat is dead. And ask him if he's able to communicate with other dead things.
He knows that Nat is dead, but through normal means. And if he saw, would probably be able to communicate with other dead things. But usually, ghosts and other such things are left behind due to some great amount of animosity towards something that's happened. Like, just wrong them as a core person, and their binding to this world is so filled with some kind of passionable energy that it held them.
Which is why we really need to get this place up and running, and I'd like to really try and do that.
I say that if he runs into her or sort of to tell her hello, also that she's still welcome.
If he was a sarcastic elf, he would tell you that he's not running into anything as a ghost. But he's not, so he doesn't.
Cool.
And my question is, what is our Harper renown?
One.
1? Okay. Couldn't remember if it was 1 or 2.
I don't know why Lif knew that, but he did.
I have Zentarum renown of 2 and a Harper renown of 1, and then my own personal renown with my faction.
And your Emerald Enclave is 1.
Which is specific to you, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Sounds good.
Hewitt,
QL!
we take a rest. Is this a good time?
This
to,
is-
Yes.
Yeah. Also a time for us to rest.
Yes, kind of. We will be back at, let's go with 10:15 tonight. So, just under 20-minute break.
Intermission!
Intermission!
Information intermission!
We're back. Hello. We just went to sleep in 3 feathers up, waking up on the morn with our fat stacks of
128 gold, or 120 gold,
160.
160
I mean,
gold.
you're right, 120 gold.
For D&D translation, 1 gold is how much of a month's salary?
We have
Depends
this
on what kind of
discussion all
job
the
you have.
time.
D&D gold is weird.
Yeah, it depends on where you are in the world, but 100 for adventurers like us. 160 gold is a nice little boost in cash. That can buy us like some basic equipment stuff for us, but nothing particularly fancy. But it goes into our pool of cash that we are using to spend to do some of the stuff that we want.
For reference, how much is an average dinner cost?
Less than a gold.
How much does a hotel cost?
About a gold.
A gold a night?
Yeah, a lot of the times the nicer places that adventurers are likely to stay in tend to cost like a gold. Something like that.
How much is a health potion?
25 gold? I think?
50 gold.
50 gold?
25 gold if you make.
How much is a set of armor?
Anywhere between like
10 for
10 for leather, all the way up to 1,500 for full plate.
Okay, and then how much is a horse?
Couple hundred, I
I
want
think
to
it's
say.
20 gold or something like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's less than that. It might be
An
elephants,
elephant
though.
is a couple hundred.
The elephant's a couple hundred.
If
That's what it is.
I wanted a magical item made for me,
If you wanted like a war horse or something.
an amulet, a tiara,
Anywhere between 500 gold and 1,000,000 gold.
so 100 something gold is
It's a nice little bit.
100 hotel night stay, which is dope.
It's also like some lower tier armor, or like any weapon that you want that's like a normal weapon, or like equipment like grappling hooks and rations and traveling equipment and stuff. It's nice. It's not bad.
And for time wise, again, this is a 10-day week.
Yes.
10-day week and 12.
Yeah, weeks are
12
technically
month-
called 10 days.
Okay, and then 12-month calendar still.
Yes. There's 12 months. There's 4 10 days in each month. So
And all holidays fall
Or, sorry,
outside
3
of
10
the
days in each
normal
month.
week.
Yes.
So if it's the 4th of July, the 4th of July would be the 31st, and it doesn't count towards the month.
yeah, there's 30 days in each month, and in between 10 of the months is 5 separate holidays.
Cool. Cool beans. Also, we've got a holiday creeping up on us, right? Which is the lunar holiday.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Or this summer.
We had
You guys
some
met.
plan.
You guys met on
The new
this-
year.
The leap year.
leap year.
You guys met on the leap year, which is the day after one of the holidays. Now, what you're referring to is every full moon there is a celebration
that
in
happens in the
Southward.
City of the Dead.
No.
No?
In the Southward, there is the moon sphere
Mm.
that you guys know about.
Yes, Moonsphere, the Fall Moon Festival. This is dancing court in the Southern Ward.
Southern Ward, which we haven't been to yet.
Maybe
Right?
we were there briefly, but we haven't spent much time there, no.
So what happens in this? There's some sort of event that happens in the City of the Dead that we've heard of.
I think Tully invited you to something to do with it.
But he invited you to the lunar.
Oh yeah, he did invite you to the Lunar Festival.
I just need to know when my date is with this black robe Tully. He works for the
I do-
city.
I do
He's got-
have-
He's got a
now.
government job. He's pretty good.
I do have Moon Festival and Moon Sphere in tabs underneath the City of the Dead, so I understand where that confusion came from.
Anyways, so we just woke up at our tavern that is not yet open to the public
Mm-hmm.
/ gambling
Soon to
room,
you.
dance hall.
And apothecary, fortune telling place.
Yeah, we're working on it.
You'll get there.
Gotta
Okay.
get some licenses.
We
TABC.
need to go report to Dabble. We completed our task. in exchange for the information, or
He said
a
it would take
couple
a
of
days, so we
Okay.
kind of have like free reign currently.
So now we go.
do our own investigation into the Xanathar.
Well, who's the guy that we can retrace his steps?
That was
Deckle. Deckle.
Decker.
Fickle.
Dalekar.
Dalekar.
Deckard Kane.
Ouch.
Deckard Kane.
Dude, listen, D names are hard.
Black and Decker. Cool.
My
We're
brain
doing that.
broke when I was trying to say Daggled earlier. But yeah, I mean, we can kind of do the roam around. We know that.
We go back to the scene of the crime.
I'm missing something.
Ooh, we could talk to the people who did the research into the scene of the crime.
Good. That would require us acknowledging the fact that we passed them in the interrogation room, which is a little bit awkward.
Yay!
What did you get that for?
Because I made a Black and Decker joke.
Oh.
I just got my first inspiration for the campaign, and I'm about to use it.
So yeah, specifically, there's that gentleman with the D name.
Dalekar.
There we go.
Bless you.
Bless your soul!
The investigators were
Jesus
Seth
Christ.
Cromley and Barnabas Blastwind.
He had stolen the thing from the Xanathar Guild. Like, it sounded like he said, I feel like, or the gist that I got was that he stole it from, like, Xanathar's room, like, level of nonsense, and then escaped and was making his way to us. We have the Zentarum that were chasing him, who presumably know where he came from. And then we have the Xanathar Guild, which is a spicy one.
Which I think we've been told a couple of times now that it's pretty impossible for us to track down the Xanathar's guild. Like, any specific... We might be able to find, like, small faction hideouts or something like that, but finding, like, Xanathar's room is basically impossible.
Right.
Yeah. So to explain,
Not that we'd want to.
yeah, you probably don't want to, but even aside from that, you could
Do
wander
you
the
think there's gonna be
sewers.
some mind flayers or something?
Maybe. The sewers is basically like the first level of underneath the city of Splendor, right? And that is most of the proximity-based Xanathar Guild hideouts. You guys investigated one.
Right.
You saw kind of what was in them to an effect. There are more like that. There are many of those things, and then the depths underneath the levels that you can go down underneath the city just continues to go and go. It is very much a labyrinth. There's an entire undercity that you have to deal with at that point, and then even beyond that, you still don't know where the guild is located. Even aside from there, you do not know where their main hideout is.
Right. So Xanathar leads kind of a dud unless we feel like just like wandering the sewers because we don't have any like.
Self-respect.
We could definitely trace his steps to see like a particular area to start using the umbrella detector, which I'm going to keep calling it that.
The nimble right. And just for, I think you guys are saying bright.
Yes,
It's
Right?
a right. WRIGHT.
like a ghost.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's
So-
a white.
Yes.
Okay,
Is that not
so
what you said?
No, right.
yeah, let's
The
WRIGHT.
Wright brothers.
Yes.
let's go investigate and see where that trail leads us. I think if we run into any clues, any Xanathar something, yeah, we can go down that path. But I don't think searching it out is really gonna.
Do you want to talk to investigators at all, though?
You're asking Astra if she wants to talk to a cop.
Yes.
No, she doesn't.
They might have valuable information.
Sure. You can talk to them.
You want me to talk to
I'll
them?
support you from afar.
Will you?
Hmm?
You don't sound too convincing.
We can go talk to them.
Sounds like you think it's a bad idea.
It's not that I think calling more attention to ourselves is a bad idea, but they were already pretty suspicious of us leaving the investigation room.
Well, one of them's a Harper. The other one was at least.
I do think that they are. I do think that we are so closely tied to the investigation. However, as it happened in our backyard, I don't think it would be so suspicious as to be asking questions of what information they may have found out. Not that they'd necessarily be so willing to give it away. I don't know how their operation works.
You know, if we had one of those potions.
I don't recommend that route per se, but
I think I've
do
learned how to make one.
Sorry, person. I didn't mean to call your name. I don't know.
Per se.
If you guys don't think it's a good idea, then it's not a good idea. That's
What do you think?
Not every cockamamie idea I come up with is worth following. That's for sure.
I think that speaking with the officers would be fine, but my main problem is we're trying to retrace his steps, right? We don't know where he was coming from, apart from the direction. I mean, we could definitely see, we could maybe even ask Rainier if he knows of anything that they've come up with in their investigation.
Sure.
It might be an easy path for it.
I'm not opposed to that.
Otherwise, my main concern is we don't really have footsteps to retrace currently.
That's what I'm hoping, is that the investigators at the crime scene may have uncovered up any evidence left therein.
That they'll just tell the public.
Well, we're not exactly public, but certainly would be
But
difficult to get the information
we're not a part
from them.
of... What was the name of the girl at the very top of the watchtower that was super like, join the military police?
Badra Blackstaff.
We're not a part of Blackstaff's group.
Sure.
And we're not City Guard. No harm in not trying.
No harm in not trying.
Rainier seems as good a lead as any, unless you want to start with casing the place.
And not biasing anything, but you would know that being part of the Order of Magists and Protectors, you would have at least a reason to inquire about the investigation, beyond just a random person.
Percy makes a good point.
What's the status of this crime? Because like that's also plausible, right? You get the hoity-toity, like why did my backyard blow up? I want to know, like, where have you found who did the culprit?
Right.
You know,
that's a real fast way to spend half a day getting yes, we're not allowed to disclose any information on ongoing cases.
Yeah, but that half of the day is mostly because you keep asking the question, lady, go home.
So, yeah, but we're also adventurers. Like, if I'm an adventurer and something crazy goes on in my the backyard of the inn I'm staying at, I'm like, hey, I'm an adventurer. I'm here to help. What have you guys found out so far? We're here. We're totally willing to lend a hand, and we're very capable individuals. And are invested in the situation. I could see a world in which they may divulge, but I'm also good for us winging it on our own and checking the place out and talking to Rainier. That seems like a good idea then.
With Percy/DM knowledge of being a part of the guild, yeah, there's no harm in doing that.
No harm in a lot of things, unless you're going to harm people.
I say
I think that's mostly up to you.
let's talk to the cops, see what they know, and
Let's go talk.
then talk to Rainier. And smush all those details together.
So those two private investigators, we got their names. They seemed somewhat noteworthy. Were they someone we could inquire about their private offices or something? We could talk to them directly.
I'm a ghost in
Yes.
your bar. I don't really answer that question.
I asked this to the knowledge of the universe.
You have not done such an action yet, so you don't specifically know.
We've been to their station.
I
We
know
can go
who would
to there.
know. I know who would know.
Oh my gosh.
Tully.
Tully would probably
Tully.
know the answer to that question.
Tully would know.
You don't typically, you haven't really run into investigators or such of that yet. You don't have any reason to believe for or against that, though.
I think Tully would know. There's no way he doesn't work with investigators
He
all
works
the
in the
time.
dock board, though, doesn't he?
He does.
No. Last time we checked, he was in the North Ward.
Castleward, I think.
Castleward. He was up here with us.
No, you met a
he
different
was
magist
in-
at the crime scene, I believe.
Under.
Yes, but name drop it.
You're certainly welcome to try talking to any of the Black Robes. I personally am much more nervous about associating with them.
That is how I feel about the city guard.
I don't necessarily feel much different about the city guard, but private investigator working with the city guard are, I would imagine, a little bit more pliable.
Well, so you know that they're detectives.
Yeah.
They are part of the City Watch. And City Guard and City Watch are different, so you don't have to worry about talking
I
to
just
City
think
Guard.
about like any Batman movie, and it's like, you know, you got
Gordon
your cops.
worked for the police.
Yeah, you got your cops, and then you got Gordon, and like I'd talk to Gordon even if I wouldn't talk to a cop.
Yeah,
you know?
so he's a detective.
Yeah.
Private investigator
Sorry,
is Vincent.
I was using the wrong word.
So can we
Detective.
go? Can we just go to the station and be like, "Excuse me, is Gordon here?"
That's what he was asking. Like,
But
Yeah, I was
if
asking
we
if,
what I
go,
kind
if
of
like,
suggested.
are they famous enough to have like their own shop set up next to the police academy or whatever, or where
They
it'd be
probably
like
just work like
we
at
could-
a station.
yeah,
In-
they're probably just like at a station. or something
okay,
like
so
that.
let's go to the state, quote unquote station that would be in our area.
We've been to the one that.
You went to the one where the bodies were transported to, not necessarily theirs. They would have given you,
Yeah,
I think, a station to follow up with when they had an interaction with you, saying, "Hey, don't travel far. We're probably gonna be in touch." They probably would have told you where to find them, which would have been one of the wards or one of the City Watch stations
So we didn't really listen to that.
in the North Ward.
Yeah,
We're,
yeah, we
hey,
do
lots
that.
of details exchanged all at once. You know.
we didn't leave Waterdeep.
Yeah.
Huh?
I said we didn't leave Waterdeep. We
Yeah,
stayed
I
close
was just
by.
like, don't travel far. What did we do that day?
Yeah.
We were over here, and then there, and then over there.
We didn't leave Waterdeep. That's
Oh yeah, that's probably. I mean, honestly, that's probably fine. You didn't go back
We
to your
do
house and
that.
see a
We-
giant summons notice saying, "Hey, we were here looking for you. Report at once."
Oh,
But now that you think of that,
with your summonses.
Summonses.
Summons.
No.
random sending spells entering your minds, and this is how they
to
just
the city guard station that.
City Watch.
City
The guard
Watch
the walls. The
station.
watch watches all.
Wow, that's weird.
It's important.
I'm sure it's important. My brain. What? I'm gonna write it down. Wall.
That's the
There's a difference
Equals
between state
guard.
troopers and cops.
Yeah.
Yeah, super troopers.
And detectives and investigators.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's the
All of them exist.
the wall is the guard and the watch
Watch
is
is
the
all.
popo.
Yeah.
So much drama in the air.
It's like the police versus the National Guard.
Hey,
There's
don't
like
say
8
that
police
to the
forces
city.
in this city. Those
so
are the
we
official
go
ones.
to the building of the city watch of this ward.
Okay.
Yeah. And I would say I would do it. I'm doing it secretively.
All right. And
To the
so
best of my ability.
I'm trying to drop a few more hints in your forthcoming so that we can like start trying to like do the whole investigator and timeliness thing of matching up. You would note that it's a crapshoot to just show up. They might be there, they might not. I will roll if they're there. You can do such like send notice of going there. You have the ability to hire.
Oh yeah, we could
investigators.
like send a message saying like, "Hey, we'd like to talk to these people. When would be a good time to meet?"
Yeah, and since we have magic and non-magical means of doing so, we can like actually set up a schedule. And that kind of
That's
stuff.
so smart. We totally do that.
Yeah.
And if you have your own magical means of doing so, you can use those things. If
Hell.
you don't have a magical means of doing so, you can hire somebody to take a message.
Or something a mage hand out in the street
Like-
that's like,
I can't learn magic. I don't.
If you have a psionic ability to do that,
Anybody can learn magic.
No.
All right. So
we send notice. I'd probably recommend / have the conversation about like maybe just like every now and then while we're doing this other stuff, we can sort of vroo the whatchamacallit. just in case, like, you know, like, we haven't actually used it yet. Like, there could be the thing we're looking for could just be next door.
That's what I was telling Robert earlier, is that everywhere we go where it's not in front of a cop that's yelling at me, I am using the verb.
Okay.
Yeah, he used it transporting from the North Ward down to the Yawning Portal.
And on the way back.
For the purposes of you're doing your discretion thing at night last night, I thought that maybe you weren't doing it then.
To something else.
Exactly.
It's a whatchamacallit.
Can we make
the umbrella? It's the umbrella thing.
Yeah, no, I get it, but he's associating noise with it, and I don't want it to be a cell phone / other noise.
You hear like squeaks as the umbrella turns. It's very not so pronounced, but and then you hear like the rattle as wind is pulled over the actual sheets of the umbrella itself because it's made out of metal. That being said, you've used it long enough to know that there's a very standard like speed and sound that it makes when it's not near anything.
Either that or we've been near something the entire time.
Yeah, okay, just in the entire time, like on your back as a nimble, right? I hope they don't turn around and see me.
So okay, we send notice to the police station that, hey, we want to talk to the detectives, because we're adventurers and we want to help, and we also, you know. No, I don't tell them we have a name.
Is it a watch?
And we should walk to the crime scene and just use the umbrella there, and just to make sure that it's not like, by the way, here's a track.
Okay, so the contents of your message, two things. Are you trying to meet up with them, or would you like them to come meet up with you?
I would like to meet up with them.
Yes.
That sounds like the most.
I do not want them fucking following us. Do not start. I specifically tell them.
The DM out here.
They've already been casing us this whole time.
So you want to meet them at the watch station.
Yeah.
Do you give them a time that they can meet you?
10 a.m. 11 a.m. 12.
I don't know.
Noon.
We're sending this word in the morning, so
Noon.
It's like
anytime afternoon.
Yeah, that seems fine. Sometime afternoon, let them.
We'll spend the morning doing our own investigation stuff, and then hopefully meet up with them in the afternoon.
Cool. And then how are you delivering that?
Physically. Message.
With love and care and a stamp on it.
With a written note, seal, with a feather on it.
Okay. You guys probably do have a wax seal that you.
It's part of the purchase of the establishment.
Yeah.
Aww,
Well,
got our own seal.
Looks like this.
And there are like urchins and stuff that'd be willing to do that kind of
Urchins?
stuff.
What are you talking about? We've got kids.
I was giving you the choice to not use child warfare, but
It's not warfare. They're going to a perfectly respectable establishment in the city.
you're
Give
attacking
me-
the semantics here. Child labor.
So no, the thing is, they like
Between our child labor and a random urchin child labor.
the thing is, they want something to do, and they're bored, and they need to get their minds off of everything else that's going on.
Yeah.
So sending them together as a pair to do this task.
Sure. And they will do so.
And that, yeah.
And then I tell them I'll give them cookies later for doing it.
They are so happy. They hope that you hire a good cook.
Maybe I'll.
I won't make them, I promise. I don't want to poison you.
We don't want any poisoned children going on.
Oh, man.
Alrighty. So meeting in the afternoon is penciled in the books.
Cool.
Yes.
Trying to lead your investigation, you walk down to the explosion site. There's still quarantine off, but you know that the detector has its own radius, so you guys can like wander around that. You
Look for tracks with our eyes. Look for our own physical evidence.
there's lots of tracks in this area.
I will gesture back to the trash can area where the beads were dropped to begin with.
Yeah.
Okay.
And say this is where the kid stated that they picked up the beads from the alley. The necklace of fireballs was dropped here.
You're next to like a 2-story building. It's got almost like a stucco front facing of the wall, and then it has red tiles on the rooftop. Give me an investigation check as you're near here. You're using your nimble right detector. It is still the standard. Nothing gives notice though.
All of us, or just one person?
What is that? Probably team investigation. You guys are
Teamwork
going around the area.
makes the dream work.
Up. 7.
18.
4.
Okay.
This is where the kids.
I'm really bad at investigation, by the way. It is not my.
I have a +0 to my investigation.
I have a -1.
Intrigue campaigns.
Hey,
You know, I'm good
What
at
you
the
got
other
over
parts of
there?
intrigue. I'm good at perception, and
Don't
I'm
make
good
me
at
pull up your
talking to
character
people, like
sheet.
persuasion and that kind of stuff, and stealth. I'm just not good at all the parts of.
+1.
you're better than all of us.
I'm good
So-
at insight.
Intelligence.
So
You're
the
so
only thing that you really get here is that you see one of the tiles has come down from the rooftop and has broken, like shattering against the pavement next to the barrel.
You. Up.
Sure, I go and check the roof.
Okay.
How
It'll
high is the jump?
20 feet.
That's nothing for you, Sata boy.
That's not how that works.
You do note that the material of the building here is pretty fragile on the outside, so you'd have to make an athletic or acrobatics check in order to get up to the top of it without disturbing.
Okay, the robot did it, so sure.
The robot failed at that, as there's broken tile at your feet.
I'll do better. You said acrobatics check?
Yep.
Let's roll one of these guys. 20.
Yes, you are able to very easily make your way up to it without disturbing or leaving any marks whatsoever.
I have a +7. That helps a lot.
Okay, investigation check upon getting to the top. You immediately notice that there is a patch of tiles that is broken and like loose. You're investigating to follow where that might have led you.
11.
Okay, you see that this damage is present across most of this rooftop in a single path. Actually, you see that it's 2 paths. One that leads up to it, one that leads away. One of which you don't know which one's to and from. But you do see that it is basically an arc. It comes from the back side of the alley across over to the present, where you can see where it was standing when it threw the fireball, or at least tossed the necklace here, and then as it left.
Is this
Okay, I want to follow that to the back alley.
Okay.
Looks like you just like climbed up here from the alley itself.
We're gonna go with another investigation check on this, and this one is likely to take a long time depending on what your role is. And you can obviously bring them into it if you alert them to the
Yeah, I mean, I'd bring in the private investigation man.
Vincent shows up. You asked?
No. This
yeah.
one. Wait, can you? Do you have any animals that would be particularly good at this task?
I don't know.
It's been a while since you've
It's
transformed
been a
into anything
while.
other than that spider that one time.
So basically, your clue here for the number right is that you understand you're guaranteed that you know that this is a building that it was traversing.
Yeah.
So now you're trying to figure out what other paths or indicators there might be from either of its entrance or exit points, which you don't necessarily have determined for. You have buildings next to you, buildings across the alley to discover. You have the alleyway itself to investigate, maybe the wall if it climbed up and all that kind of stuff. So there's a bunch to go off here, a lot of detail to cover, a lot of ground to cover.
Okay.
Right? Which is the
What was
timely
that
part of
happened to
this.
it?
Which I'm curious to see if she has an idea of what she could potentially.
Generally, she's pretty good at tracking.
Yeah, the
But it's
problem
been
is I'm
more
not actually good at. Well, I got a +3 survival.
Well, I'm just thinking. So, like, if you were trying to, if you were watching a movie, and in that movie they were like, "We gotta find this thing." What do?
They turn into a hound dog.
They turn into a hound dog, and they give it a piece of the thing, or they, give it a spot to sniff or
Yeah.
whatever to like maybe try and find a scent trail or something. That
Also-
might be
also,
something that's
just-
impossible.
I mean,
don't know.
if there's any like oils or anything from the actual like robot itself, there might be traces of
Like,
that.
there probably wasn't a lot of people hanging out on that roof tile. Like, only it was probably
Also-
there.
Legitimately, if this fucking mech warrior is like doof, 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 and it's like starting to jump across the fucking roofs, you would see that on the rooftop. Like,
I mean, that's what
It
the
wouldn't
like
be
actual
very-
investigation.
Yeah, that's probably what me and Ryan's role would be towards.
I'm so
Or just
excited.
Ryan's role.
Also, I have no clue where my things are on this app. D&D Beyond, make it more Better.
What are
It's
you
in
looking
the
for?
very
Oh, I
far
got it.
list.
Extras.
Yeah, but those are probably going to be more like
I've got a
combat
master.
form.
Oh, I've got some weird shit in here.
Oh, okay.
Like camels and cats and cows and elves and
I turned into a
badgers,
camel. I would help.
spiders, wolf,
I will
panther.
carry the water for us.
There's a lot of animals that have the ability to you have advantage on scent-based things.
They're also just animals that work like animals work. So if you've got a real world example that the DM thinks is reasonable, then especially since we don't know our quarry very well, anything could or could not be reasonable depending on.
Going old school.
Okay, in the meantime, you want me and Ryan to both roll or just Ryan to roll?
You guys can both roll for your own investigations, and you can tell me which part of the alleyway that you are investigating.
Roofs.
All right, we got a roof
The alleyway.
and the alleyway.
Oof.
Oof, the roof.
3.
13.
Being on the rooftops, you're mostly looking for disturbances in the roof, and maybe their access points themselves. In your looking around, you don't see any other disturbed, roofs around you.
I tell him that it doesn't look like that he stayed on the roof.
And then furthermore, in your investigation for the backside of this building, you see one of the gutters essentially has been crushed, almost like a hand gripped it too hard as it was climbing up.
Okay.
And so you would conclude that was at least one of its traversals up or down.
Okay.
Your alleyway access takes you a bunch of time, and it's just it's high traffic in what it's for, right? Not everything is new traffic,
Right.
but you don't pick anything up.
Okay.
That would tell you its direction.
Right now, my max CR is 1/4. Right?
Which is gonna cover most basic animals.
Yeah.
So as far as our investigation stuff, is that kind of for our part the end of it, or were you intending this to be a multi-part thing, or now we kind of need to go to the next section thing? What's your expectations here?
Kind of waiting on what her contribution is going to be before continuing. Your rooftop thing, I'm going to say you spent around 20 minutes on because you're probably checking the adjacent rooftops for actual damages, and you're not seeing anything broken, but that's not going to necessarily stop you from just, oh, no, it looks fine, and walking away. So you're spending time doing that. Percy's in the back alley. There's barrels here that are appended and turned over. There's refuse as people have set out their trash from previous days. There's a lot of stuff in the alleyway that is marked as trash, which you recognize as being destruction from the fireball going off. You see broken glass and removed sections of wood and stuff like that have been piled back here. There's a lot to go through if you're looking for any of those kinds of clues of sort, or maybe even leftover belongings of other kinds. So between the 13 and the 3, we're looking in the neighborhood of an amount of time spent, but I'm going to augment that based on what Erie's decision comes up with.
Okay.
Okay. So right now, I've got the ID. If I'm doing scent ID stuff, Mastiff, Wolf are the 2 that I already have prepped.
I figure you got 2 animal transformations per day.
Also, I can't exactly just be a bear in the middle of town now, can I? Right?
You also
Why
just
would a
can't
bear
get
be more effective than a mastiff?
I'm just letting
Because she wants to be a bear, Ryan.
Who doesn't want to be a bear?
I mean, it depends. It depends on how crazy the bear looks. If you became a 3-foot-tall brown bear sort of thing, just moving around that looked like it was under control and not rampaging, probably less care. Some people might be afraid of
Put a
bears.
bow on me!
Yeah.
Put a bow on me!
But if your bear goes charging out of your front door, even though it's on a leash barking,
I mean, I can't.
hackles raised for whatever excited reason and scares the living daylights out of a small child, then, you know, everybody's going to see that as intimidating.
What if you turn into an anteater?
Ah.
And based off
And
of
eat ants.
the taste of the nearby ants, you can determine the motor oil trail from the robot.
Chat, if you have any recommendations for animals that you think would be good for this task, I will take them. For sure.
Unfortunately, you can't turn it into anything with wings. That would be pretty
I do.
useful.
Wings and swim speed and stuff like that's off for me currently.
Transform into a nimble ride detector.
At three, you have no. Is that 5? You get swim speed, or
I think something like that.
okay?
Yeah, the next one is swim speed and the last one is
I don't
flight.
remember if swim
But,
speed
like-
is 3 or 5.
So if I'm going off of perception alone, I was thinking like boars. Boars are like truffle hunters, right? But they in game have a sense stat of like 8. They have really low perception in comparison to a wolf, or like a bear has a +3.
You could turn into a bloodhound or something like that if you wanted to.
Ooh, a death dog.
Is that within the CR range?
I'm just saying.
I wouldn't want to turn into a dead dog. It seems like a
Death.
seems like a bad choice.
Can't even hear.
Is there a challenge rating thing somewhere?
Yeah, it exists online.
Yeah, the D&D Beyond app
Yeah.
can filter by CR and animal and all that
You
stuff.
want me to look some up for you?
That would be dope. Just because I think it doesn't make a difference that much. I think a wolf perception +3, stealth +4, passive perception is 13.
And they get advantages to things based on sight and scent.
Yeah, that's-
Keen,
This right here.
hearing and smell. And a cat is the same thing.
Your limit is 1/4.
Yes. Those are the two I'm currently hovering around. Or tiger
And he
and
says wolf sounds good. Or a boar or a hound for scent, and because they're smart animals.
So yeah, the 3 are
Oh,
cat, wolf, and mastiff. And mastiff doesn't have stealth. It's just a big ol' chunky boy. I do rocks, but he's not.
rocks. Would rocks find leftover shiny things from a robot
Yeah,
that was
but
trying to
like,
escape quickly?
But he's mechanically just like
I like that. Cat would have better timing, possibly. Because you do have to worry about transporting up and down this building. In some facet or another. There are many ways to skin a cat.
You know, I could transform into a flying snake at some point.
Yep. Oh, look! It's the Mastiff for the Zentarum!
Cat has a +2 dex. Yeah. No, or, you know, I could go, holy Hannah. Wait, hold on. Why wouldn't I just be a panther?
I don't know.
Panther has a +4 perception and a +6 in stealth.
Okay.
Okay,
And what's his CR?
1/4.
Nice.
perfect.
Does it have advantages on keen senses?
Yeah.
That sounds like the. Why not just take
Oh!
house cat and like wolf and
Wait,
just push together and make a big wide?
Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun,
Oh, no.
Why didn't you think of this from the beginning?
Investigative Panther!
Pink Panther comes out of retirement
Oh lord.
because a big panther might be out of place.
Thank you for the cat suggestion. I am like,
All right, I think that also adequately solves the climbing problems as well.
yeah. I mean, I also may or may not have a panther like many.
You
We'll
do.
see.
Do you or I do, or both?
She's actively succeeding on her stealth roll.
I mean, honestly.
Ginny is being very persuasive over there. Giving me.
You
Summon.
Yeah, she's literally right here. Cool. Panther in case relevant. Dope. And I can just grab that card while
Sweet.
I'm at it.
Just the panther walking down an alley. Yeah, just bipedal in nature. How's it going? Has its own magnifying glass.
Just put a bow on me. People won't think I'm vicious at all.
That's pretty true, honestly. If I saw any kind of wild animal walking down the street but it had a pink bow on it, I'd be like, okay. Sure.
Somebody.
What if it's like hanging off of its
Companions
tooth?
exist.
I mean, you know, the placement matters.
Product placement. It's a thing.
When you're in like video or games like that where you've got like a sidekick pet, it's not weird to see those things in town.
Yeah.
So I assume
It's
that it's not
D&D.
that.
Everybody's
Also,
got pet animals.
You've also
It's
probably seen several animals.
literally the most common ranger pet in existence.
Drizzt
I think
is a thing.
probably 4 out of 5 rangers have panthers as companions. Let's be
I
real.
mean, honestly, at this point, they're dope.
Yes, pajamas. If your panther's wearing pajamas.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, does your panther wear pajamas like this or like this?
The panther is me, so you're not putting pajamas on Astra. Let's start there.
Hey, you make the choice to continue wearing clothes when you wild shape, so
Wait, do you actively
Yeah.
in D&D? I thought
You
it gets
absolutely do.
absorbed.
you
into
choose
your-
whether or not it gets absorbed or falls to the ground.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
no.
I know because I had a character concept that was entirely based around being a really good climber in real life and then transforming into a giant badger, but always wore goggles and would keep its goggles on when he wild shaped.
No.
All right, moving the investigation along.
Yeah.
Pantheritis.
We got some criminals to find.
The hunter!
Okay.
Yeah, trick.
Card.
Encounter.
All right, you turn into a panther.
Yeah.
You may make your acrobatics check to get to the rooftop without leaving disturbances in the buildings. It's actually probably pretty easy for you in the alleyway here, though.
Oh, they're so smart. Also, panthers have black dice. Come here. Come here, pretty multicolored black die. No! What'd you say? Animal handling?
Acrobatics? As a panther?
I have an 8.
The panther doesn't have a bonus?
Oh, what would that be?
It does not have proficiency in acrobatics,
Yeah.
but it has a pounce skill. It does not have. It has a climb speed of 40 feet.
Oh, it just has a climb.
Oh, it just has a climb speed. Yeah. Acrobatics is more about not leaving destruction in the property.
Fair enough.
There's some claw marks, but somebody would have to look for it. It's probably okay.
It's already broken. He doesn't feel too bad about it.
Oh, cozy onesie pajamas on a panther.
Okay, you make it up top. You start using your sniffer. You may make a perception check with advantage, I believe, because of your ability.
I don't think this is ever gonna not be weird.
Okay, alright. I don't feel too bad. And then I have to use this. So, 20.
So you learn 2 things. One, the Nimblewright smells of the things it is made of, which is going to be mixtures of wood and copper. And 2, you realize that wood and copper are very common things found throughout the city.
That's unfortunate.
Up here, it is pretty noticeable because there is no copper there's like wood, like for the house, but the mixture of copper, like it leaves somewhat of an identifying smell up here where there's been nothing else that's kind of disturbed it so far. But when you go back down to the alley, you can basically trace it to the end of the alley when it opens up into a main street, and then it just gets lost in a crowd of smells. But you know what the scent smells like. If you were to run across that in a sole place where you wouldn't expect it to be, you might be able to pick up on that.
Okay. Does that knowledge, I mean, it's me, so that knowledge transfers to me. Can I smell that smell not transform?
Probably not, because your nose is what. Like, if you had that, like a condensed version of that smell present, then maybe. But
if you were sniffing its butt, you might be able to.
You would smell
You'd
shit,
be like,
actually,
Oh
if you
yeah,
did
this
that.
is it. I recognize this.
You also will be able to tell when you're back in this form, and you smell that smell again, if it was specifically this one. Like, let's say that there's a dozen Nimblewrights, and they all have a unique smell, or they each have the same smell. You would be able to detect if it was a slightly different alteration.
Panther Astra. Thank you very much, Andy.
Panther
Thank you, Andy.
Astra.
Here you go.
I want to give Annie my inspiration. Here, take it.
Go get him, Panther.
Oh, I need it. Okay, so the real thing is, we just gave ourselves a second. Woo, 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 woo. Right?
Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and say that the Panther investigation, amidst the alleyway investigation, all that kind of stuff, you spend about an hour of your morning checking the rooftops and stuff, and making sure that there's nothing left in this alley, even just to make sure like it didn't drop anything else. So you're fairly certain that there's no other evidence back here, and that it went out to the street from its rooftime escapades. It did not travel back across the street or the rooftops.
Okay. Masquerading as a person. It could be any of us. It could even be you.
Definitely not.
Is there a way to pounce down without hurting my companions?
What does
that mean? You
Like, I want to be able to pounce on my friend as I come down, but not hurt them.
Sure.
I do that.
Astra, you're very fluffy, yes, but perhaps we do have some other tasks to attend.
Licks
You're
tail.
very fluky. You're very fluky. Script.
No, fuck you! I don't like that, okay? I might, but I don't want to pretend I don't. And, before... Wait, how close are we to the Tiger's Eye from here?
It is like...
Like two things down,
So,
right?
yeah, it's like you're on the alley of the South Street, from your Three Feathers Up. The North Street, Vincent's over here. So you're literally like 10 minutes away, if that.
What if?
But the investigation in the alley is going to take up to about an hour, so your transformation is going to be done at the end of your investigation.
What if we went to the Tiger's Eye and you transformed into a tiger?
Yeah, I like where this
You
is going.
think that he would give us free information?
Look at my friend, free information.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good trick.
I do that too.
It's advertisement. We'll put a sign on her. It says the Tiger's Eye, Private Eye. Come to this place, and it'll be free advertisement for your business.
I just sleep as one of those, like, yeah.
Okay. I think
Pull it back.
next thing we do is wait to hear about talking to the detective.
Oh, I would like to go check with the vendor who feeds our kids.
He's dead.
I want to go check with a vendor about feeding our kids. That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
What if instead we said, screw that idea? That's now a terrible idea in my mind. That we just feed our kids.
That sounds like commitment.
Yep.
You will be procuring foodstuffs for your business.
Yeah. You can feed the kids.
We deal with that situation.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Like, you have two very growing boys. They are... And one of them is also known to eat stuff, so...
Just don't eat the walls.
I mean, I hope that both of them are known to eat stuff.
Yeah. One more than the other.
Oh, I see. One of them
One
is
was
fat.
portly.
Oh,
We use
okay.
portly.
That doesn't necessarily mean that he eats more than the other one.
It's true, but he does not have a thyroid problem. You have it on Tim's doctorate advice.
So, apart from
Rude.
us loving one of the kids less than the other one.
Wow! Is it because there's just not as much
don't
of him
give
to
either
love?
of the kids
Because the other one's bigger, you can love them more?
Stop it. We
You're
love
not-
them equally. They can do whatever they want with their lives, and they're
You're not allowed
Equally
to
by
give-
ratio of
So-
matter to
Lord.
presence, or
We don't have any leads on the nimble right, apart from it went to the street.
all right.
We
That
don't have any
happens
way of
occasionally.
tracking it afterwards.
Yeah.
We just...
you have
Is there
acquired
anything
a smell, you have acquired a
What
detector.
direction is that street going to?
It went out towards the main street that you guys connect to.
So like south in the city somewhere.
It's a street that runs north to south. Well, north and south.
Quick question.
Uh-huh. If you're... Okay, here we go.
We know
You guys are here in Trosco Alley?
In the red fire.
Yes. This, and this comes across like this. This is the street, I guess technically, that it would have let out on. You guys would have tracked it down to whatever this thing is called. I can't see upside down. Whalegond Way.
Okay.
So we know that there's a sewer entrance
You do know that there's a sewer entrance.
that's around here. Is it towards that sewer entrance?
You can conceivably go check that. You would definitely have reason to do that during your investigation. So
Yeah.
you go there and check for that smell. You definitely detect that is not present there.
So we do find where the sewer entrance is.
You found that when you guys were walking around your neighborhood
Okay.
a while ago.
Cool.
Okay.
There is actively a sewer entrance in that area. You also, as a result of your investigation, can note that it looks like Dalagar did not come from there.
So he was recently walking in the sewers before he died.
Right.
He did
Yeah.
not
But he did
come
not
from that.
that immediate.
Okay, that's what I wanted to. What's sewer?
If we could find that, can
We
we?
can check sewer entrances. We can walk in that direction and check sewer entrances.
I figured that like the smell of sewer trail might be more focused in on a particular path he took through the city to get to our location, rather than the smell of copper
We
and
attempt
wood.
to do that.
Makes sense.
It'll probably... Like, Percy's probably going to be disposed in the alley, like, upturning everything for that hour-long search, right? So if you're going to be using the rest of that, you can go alone, or after 20 minutes, you can go with her, because you're investigating the rooftops there.
I can go alone. I don't care.
You have a bow on you?
But listen, I'm not scared to go alone as a panther.
It's not whether or not
If
you are
you-
scared of things around you, it's...
I do have a bow on me. I would know that panthers can be quiet. I would not be like.
You'd be the sneaky? Okay.
I wouldn't be sneaky. I'd be like Aristocats.
Dancing down the street, doing a little tip hat, tip hat, tip hat.
How to do this, how to do this.
Give a little salute to everyone who looks at you.
So, while that is both off-putting, it is
Everybody
probably
wants to
also
be your cat.
not off-putting to understand that it's not actually a panther going around, but some very eccentric druid doing something.
Yeah. Cool.
Everybody wants to.
Just sniffing the air along the way.
I'm
Yeah.
sniffing for poop.
Ew.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
No.
With advantage, and we're actually going to base it off of your smell, so wisdom.
5.
So
15.
you add proficiency bonus if you are proficient in investigation.
I am
The
not.
cat?
Okay, so it is the roll plus...
Wait, is the cat
Likely not.
advantage on wisdom checks that rely on smell?
Yes, so it is not a perception check, it is an investigation check, but it is reliant upon your smell.
That's why you got advantage.
Yes. So then, yes, you'll make the roll, and then you'll add your wisdom bonus to it.
Okay, so 15.
Okay, so you'd like roll a 12.
I rolled a 13. It's got a +2.
You use your wisdom.
Oh,
Yes.
then 16.
Okay.
My bad.
Yeah, you get to keep your intelligence based, your mental based stats. So I think charisma, intelligence, and wisdom are all still yours. Strength, dexterity, and constitution are of the animal that you transformed into.
Cool.
Yes.
That's real cool.
So 16, there is a scent of nastiness in the air, if you will. It's mostly dissipated, so it's pretty difficult. This will definitely take up the rest of your time searching, though. But on and off, you catch the scent use. Like you sniff around the alleyway nearby, you realize that he didn't come from there. Actually came from down the street a little bit. Just rummaging around, essentially, you're sniffing over barrels and stuff. Every now and then you run into an encounter with somebody on the street. But like the first one, you're like, oh crap, there's a panther. And then you give him like a, hey, I'm not but a human though, sort of.
Can I honestly go like
Yeah,
this?
you just stand up on your back paws and wave at them and like, you know what? That's the
that
weirdest
fair?
thing I'm gonna see all day. I guarantee you. But then they go on. Like nobody starts screaming in panic. And like over time, you're in this place long enough that people are like, okay, there's somebody doing something here. And it wouldn't be outside the realm of understanding that, oh, okay, that thing is clearly searching for something. Okay, whatever. Right? So no crazy antics happen as a result of you being a panther in the street. You are going up and down like the sidewalks here, sniffing the dirt road, trying to like go across this path. One, you note that almost everything in the area of the detonation is depleted as far as what smells. Only the smell of the remnants of the fireball are present, and like charred wood and stuff from the nearby things, some dust and other like construction things. You can already see that people are reconstructing their homes and stuff to repair the damage. So you kind of do like an outward circle, and so you finally catch a scent again, and it leads you down past Bookworm's shop.
Ooh.
And you continue on for a little bit, and then probably about a block away, you find another sewer entrance.
Hell yeah. That's super, super good for us.
Also, I found out that when you're in animal form, like Robert said, you get the strength, con, and dex of the animal you transformed into. You get to keep your stat. But if any circumstance has the animal having a higher stat than you get to use the higher stat from the animal. And if either you or the animal are proficient in the skill, you get that proficiency. You just like get the best of everything.
Okay.
Basically. Cool.
It's just like a Venn diagram
Yes.
where you get to keep anything that's checked off.
Yeah.
But
Does
if
it
you
use
were
animals
like,
to use
if
it
you're a
on?
20 strength druid and you transform into a mouse, you use its strength stats.
So you use its strength stats for combat, but for skill checks and stuff, it says that you use whatever has the higher.
Okay.
I can just read it.
Well, also, it's not relevant currently.
Yeah, we'll figure it
That's
out.
really dope.
Yeah, sure.
I know there's a lot of weird rules like that. Just like bear with us because 5th edition and 3.5, and there's a whole bunch of.
Its stats
It's
are higher.
crazy.
You use it,
It is crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
but not the other way.
Okay, that's what I thought. Like a mouse, like being able to pump iron and suddenly just break apart this door because
I mean, have you
you're also a
seen
half-orc
the new
barbarian and
Mickey?
you're off time.
That doesn't work.
Yeah. Cool. So you have found a second sewer entrance that is definitely a fair bit away from Tilscorn Manor, and you're pretty darn sure that this is the one that Valakar came from.
I'm stoked about it.
So you jump into the sewer system.
No, I'm
so stoked. And then she was never
Turn
seen
into
again.
a turtle, and then
no.
You swim
no.
through the sewage.
No, I don't have
Donatello!
swim speed.
Donatello!
Listen, if there's pizza on the end.
There's pizza down here, I can smell it!
And a radioactive spider shows up and bites you, and then you die.
Wait.
That's not how all of that works.
Spider-Man? Wait, we're
I
crossing
don't
the stream,
understand.
Static Shock also jumps in.
Is there a hammer involved?
Oh,
All right.
Static Shock.
Reining it back in.
Do I get a lasso
Ginger
of
staring
truth
at me.
out of this?
My puppy. All right. That is the amount of time that you have to do your transformation, though. So about an hour has passed in the morning. You guys have concluded your investigation.
As I walk back and I'm untransformed, I want to say hi to the same people. Hey. Hello.
Some give you weird looks because
I'm just
they
kidding, I'm just kidding. I
because
don't,
they
I
weren't
don't.
watching, but others like, oh, you're the crazy lady. It makes sense.
I don't call attention to myself, even though Eerie really wants to.
Call attention to yourself. It's fine.
Oh.
It would help sell your idea that you can be an advertiser if people take notice.
I do not do that. Just for record.
All right. I think that is your investigation of the nearby vicinity.
Cool.
I
You have your-
immediately tell you guys.
You have your hints and or leads or whatever.
Sick.
Well, that's a very good lead. We could go down there and have a look around. Immediate area.
How much time to the afternoon? Well, that was only like an hour worth of time.
Yeah, it's
right?
probably around like 9 in the morning. You guys can meet somewhere anywhere past noon.
Sure. We could spend some time at least going a little bit further into sewers. I don't think we're gonna like go through the whole maze situation because we can't really find Xanathars that way. But we could
Right.
at least go in a little bit and see what's down and around there. You see, look for
I
more
just
clues.
don't want to smell like shit when we go talk to
I have a spell that helps
the
that now.
watch. You?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we?
The best spell in the game.
Are we completely confident that between when we get out of the sewers and when we go to meet with the detectives that we could erase any ability to see that we were in the sewers?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Prestidigitation is the best spell in the game.
Awesome.
It literally is the best spell.
I mean, that
La-
depends on the DM, and I figured that'd be the case for you, but I just wanted to make sure.
Cool.
Good spell.
Yeah.
Head to the sewers?
Also, that was just one use of my
Yep.
Gotcha. Yep.
Just one.
Yes, one.
Prometheus.
Yeah, he's still available, my
Wait, all
cakey
the gases
Oh my gosh.
from the sewers are catching on fire.
Could you imagine, like, if it worked that way? Like, you could just blow up Waterdeep. Just, like, you set off a fire elemental, the explosion that happens lights all the gas fumes, and you just detonate the underneath of Waterdeep.
Yeah, I don't think that currently though, like if you were to go into an American sewers and like light a match, you'd blow up the whole city. So, 'cause otherwise that'd be real bad.
Yeah.
Be real easy to take out New York.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work that.
Yeah.
There's ventilation in there. Of course there is.
I
So
also think
we-
the methane gas isn't like part of the waste refuse.
No, it's not. There's definite ways to cause explosions in sewer systems, though,
Someone
and
please answer this for us.
it doesn't
Someone
actually
else
it doesn't
email me.
actually delete a whole city. It has been known to take out like city blocks and stuff like that, but there's very specific conditions that lead up to that, and then just due
Yeah,
to the fact that it's a very
Taco Bell.
enclosed space.
Anyway, we take a look around. What we got? What are we looking at?
Well, you have darkness, so assuming you're lighting a torch.
I don't know, after the conversation, maybe not.
The most notable sewer explosion happened in 1981 in Louisville, Kentucky. The blasts were caused by the ignition of hexane vapors, which had been illegally discharged from a soybean processing plant.
There you go. It's
So
not the
was
poop
it
that catches
methane?
on fire, it's the other crap people
No,
put in
it's the
sewers.
other crap that causes the most notable explosions.
Okay, you have the light spell?
He does have the lights.
Gotta do.
We might use that as our torch light. That's fine
Yeah.
with you?
You're down.
Yeah, absolutely. I will light a torch.
Light the way.
Wait, you don't have to light a torch.
He's lighting.
We cast light on the torch.
Casting
light
light
on
You
the-
can
on a
just
torch.
cast light on a person so you don't have to hold anything. That's what I suggest.
He cast light on the torch, is what he said.
Damn it! Put the torch down. It's stupid. It's not even lit.
Stick the torch in your shirt.
Yeah,
Out of
okay.
there.
So we're gonna go with survival down here, actually.
That seems like a good idea. to me.
Astro transforms
I'm
into
good
a
at that.
group of firefly.
All right.
Y'all may make okay, so let's play it this way. You can go with each other and you can roll with advantage, or you can take 3 separate directions with some kind of like system that you guys can meet back up with each other. We'll say that you're able to reliably do that. There'll be 3 different rolls to cover 3 times as much ground, but you're more liable to miss stuff on any
Split it up.
one given path.
We never separate.
Oh.
So what's the vote?
Personally, think it would be best to stick together. I do not know though. Whatever works for y'all.
What's your guys' survival scores?
+3.
+3.
0.
Technically, it would probably be better.
Okay.
But
We can split up then.
I will remind you guys of the encounters that you have found on here so far. Mostly poop. But you've also seen a gazer, and you've
Were
encountered
rats?
a Xanathar hideout, and the rats. Yes.
as far as like, mathematically optimal, probably splitting up. But situationally optional, not at all guaranteed to be that way. So I'm fine with sticking together in case we run into anything, but I'm also cool with splitting up either way.
I think I would go splitting up. For all.
What do you think, Astra?
You said splitting up?
Mm-hmm.
You said splitting up? Well, guess we're splitting up then.
We'll meet back here in an hour?
Be back here in an hour.
Oh god. I feel like a set of butt cheeks. Shit may come between us.
But we always come back to clap back together? Let's drink!
Clapping cheeks, let's go.
No,
Spread them.
Stop. Make your survival
I
check.
can't even say it. I
With
can't.
disadvantage, you assholes.
Inspiration.
What's my lonely dice? This is my lonely dice.
Whatever you roll has covered in sewage.
I'm never alone.
18.
I got
4.
I got 10. 10.
10 tickles.
All right, so if you're meeting back up in an hour, you're basically giving yourselves like a roundabout search, which is at most 30 minutes away in a line. So before you have to turn around and come back, right? So
I'm sorry, I'm so scared.
yeah, unfollow us.
That's okay, I don't stream anyway, Annie.
So you guys do not catch his trail specifically. You find it for a little bit as it leads away. You get through a couple passages before it kind of veers off. You also do find, without getting too close, what you seem to recognize as a similar entrance to the other Xanathar Guild. You would recognize this as a completely different area of the city, obviously. It looks remarkably similar in like entryway though. You don't go too far into it because you realize that there were the murder holes, the peepholes that will allow you to get shot at and stuff like that.
Do I think that this would be something where if like we spent more time and took all three of us this way that we might be able to find more, or is this like, okay, I've done this searching and I've kind of lost it and we're done?
You're fairly confident that you've lost it. You spent some time searching around. You probably came across this pretty early on. You know enough about the tracks that it took care to avoid that den. So that's separate to your search altogether. It is just something that you have found in addition to knowing where he slightly came from.
However, when I meet back up with the group, I relay that information to you guys first.
You found a
but,
den.
but also, this place is right next to our home. We could infiltrate the Xanathar camp and take out the Xanathar camp that's hanging out right next to our house.
Right.
That's a potential. I don't know if that's something that we want to do or not, but that's on the maybe.
It's shit, Andy. It's always shit.
Perception check. What did we step in? I willingly fail. I don't want to know.
Perspiration check.
Perspiration check, everyone.
I'm sweating. I'm sweating
he's
in here.
sweating.
I'm perfect. Oh, it's fine.
I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I'm not necessarily sold on the idea myself, but
Trying to clear out that
It's been an hour already,
Xanathar camp.
and we've come back together successfully after an hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys find absolutely nothing but sewage, refuse, waste. You find like broken boxes that are shoved down here as illegal
Sure,
forms of.
we can take care of them as soon as we take care of this. One mission at a time.
Yeah. So like after we go talk to the detectives and stuff.
And there's also got to be a way to make sure that they don't know it was us. Maybe we infiltrate at night.
Go ahead and give me a stealth check for your.
Yeah, people,
yeah, sure.
people
I'll
on
give
top
stealth
seeing
check.
us slip into the sewers.
Got a 22.
We definitely don't. The Xanathar Guild knows that we exist and know that we don't necessarily get along with them.
Already took out one of their groups and made space for a friendly were-rat group to take over.
And we're also very seen in that.
Yeah.
We didn't take prisoners.
We're not.
To the
I don't think we're going to
surface.
be friends with the Xanathar Guild anytime soon. I think
Yeah.
we've kind of sunk that ship.
I think we specifically
It's
left
not-
someone there.
It's not that. I just don't want them to be able to follow us back necessarily.
Yeah.
Wait,
fair.
to
Like,
our house
we-
that they already showed up at, and
The Xanathar?
yeah.
Xanathar haven't showed up to our house.
Well, we're kind of under the assumption that because he stole something from Xanathar's guild and went to our place and then got blown up in a fireball, that they had
But
something
he
to do with
didn't
it.
go to our place.
He did. He was like
He
right
didn't.
out in our backyard.
Technicality, he was a little bit down the street. Haven't quite made it
Yeah.
yet.
Then the thing is, we
He
just,
actually he blew up in front of your rival's bar.
the thing is, there's a chance that they could just reverse do exactly what we just did to them. And then what happens? They just show up to Three Feathers Up and light it ablaze.
And they steal your nimble right.
Am I nimble, right? I haven't my detector gun off.
It's been going off.
Yeah, the whole time on your back.
I don't want to jump the gun like meta on that, and I don't want to jump the gun as a character on that.
On what?
On attacking the
clearing
Xanathar.
Oh.
Just because it's they already know that we.
Okay. We'll keep that in our back pocket as a potential task.
Yeah,
that
I'm
we
not
can-
saying sit on it for 3 days and allow them to beef up and make a raid base, right? I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm pretty sure they know where we live, and this is a raid base right underneath our doorstep, and I'm
Yeah.
worried about it.
Yeah, and I get the timing on that, but I think
Okay.
waiting until we're prepared for it, not when we're one transformation down.
Yeah. So I think
You
at
also
this point
note
we're-
that the total time, like if you were to just beeline from this raid base, as you called it, to your bar, is probably in the neighborhood of 30 to 50 minutes.
Yeah. So I think we go back, clean up, and get ready to go talk to the detectives.
Cool. You make your way back out, but since you were right at the bottom where you said you wanted to meet, it takes you about a minute to climb up, and then it takes you about 18 seconds to clean off. All three of you included. Wonderful. It's the greatest spell in the game. Perspiration, prestidigitation. Absolute salvation.
Prestidigitation.
It is about noon. You guys are hungry for lunch, unless you were eating good berries.
I'm hungry for lunch.
It's lunchtime.
We don't need Astra's cooking. Hey, your words,
good
your
berry.
words, not mine.
My good berries are good.
They're
You said they're
tasteless.
awful.
I believe that they're good.
You guys
Just write the
have
name.
stock at your own place of business. You can go visit Emic if you want to talk to your rival. There's
I do.
Yeah, sure. We could go eat at Emic's place.
Also, I told you guys about the positive interaction that I had with him during the chaos.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah, we could go eat at Emic's place.
And
See how he's doing after
Yeah.
all the chaos.
ask him if he needs anything, tell him thank you for taking care of the kid and watching the kids on our behalf.
okay.
Carted off by the Inquisition.
He was an assistant the whole time. So you show up and you clearly see that the fireball was not nice to the front side of his shop, and he is having to have a lot of it repaired. Which anybody who wants to make an insight check against this guy as you see him.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that all of us?
Absolutely.
Sure.
15.
11.
20.
You can see that he's distressed. You two can sense that he's distressed because this has monetary cost associated with it, and there seems to be something eating at him with the idea of incurring more monetary cost right now. But otherwise, he is gracious as he greets you guys. Hello. How are you guys? It's been a wild day and a half or so since events unfolded. How can I help you?
Thought we'd check in and maybe have some lunch.
Oh, what time is it? Oh, it's lunchtime. I haven't really eaten since yesterday. Yeah, yes. Sure, where are my manners? I will. Sure, some food. And he disappears in the bag.
He didn't offer us.
You want drinks? I can drink.
I'm not much of a day drinker myself.
What happened to him? What's wrong with him?
He returns in a couple minutes. You can see that there's like all the tables in the main entryway have been pulled to the back, like away from the entrance. You can see a few that have been set aside that are like charred and stuff. His windows are completely smashed, so there's like the draft. You can smell like the burned wood and stuff and ash that's just kind of lingering in the area. There's a few other like workers in the nearby area that are doing some repairs, but they're not complete repairs for the city. You know, you have insurances and other things of that nature to do that. So he sets like not quite freshly baked, probably stuff from like last night, loaves of bread out. There's a few pieces of mutton and stuff like that. And he has a really, really watered down like ale that's set out. And he's like, my deliveries for my stock haven't come in yet this week, so really, this is all I really got.
We're here for the hospitality as much as
Who's
anything.
doing your window work?
I have to hire one of the guilds to come and do that. I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Who's the name of the guy who did our windows?
I don't think we have a specific guy for our windows.
Yeah, we had a contractor come in and.
Yeah, well, we had a contractor that did general, we had a contractor that did contracting.
No, we had
a specific guy for
the
windows.
like glass blowers skilled or something like that.
Yeah, you did have
we
a
talked to somebody fancy to. Oh God.
Might also have.
Name better have been like Mr. Payne.
I don't know if we had like a
Window
named
pane.
person. I think we specifically like dealt with like the glass blowers guild or something. You
So
split out a
the-
lot of the different
we-
processes into different guilds and factions and stuff.
Yeah, so there was our main contractor, head contractor who
Ben
worked-
Rave was the solicitor. Then you had Swakev, who was the engineer for like the actual construction of the building, and he had a half orc named Muscles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I
so-
did not seem to give you names for like the window.
So
Services,
I mentioned Ben Rave. Ben Rave contracted someone to do our windows. Do you know him?
I don't. But they charge services, and so I'll find time to go and take care of that on my own.
Well, how much did it cost for our windows?
Well, you'll have to ask
DM?
Percy for that. I didn't necessarily keep track of the finances so much, but
Your windows were expensive. Like in
they
neighborhood of
are
100 to
quite
200.
a price, I believe. They're-
100 gold.
100 to 200. You guys got sophisticated with yours though.
So let's
Yeah, we
say
got
that
like stained
let's
glass
say that
windows.
we didn't get the special windows. Like,
Uh-huh.
what was the base cost?
Like anywhere between 10 to 50.
Do you give off like what you're trying to get at here? Like, are you like grilling this guy, or are you like?
No. So that's not me. Like, I'm saying, my conversation with him is, yeah, who's doing your windows? And he's like, oh, I don't really have anybody doing my windows. Oh, well, have you heard of this guy that did
Okay.
our windows?
It sounded more like, who did your windows? Who's doing your windows?
No.
You should get like
No.
we got this guy doing our windows.
No.
I'm like, right,
So-
man, you're really grilling this guy.
And then he's like, well, they charge services, and when he says that, I'll be like, hey, let me take care of your windows.
You would do that?
I mean,
So,
it was pretty cool of you to make sure that those beads didn't fall into the wrong hand.
It doesn't bother you that your, I guess your business adversary is like set back quite majorly? Like, you guys have a pretty good leg up on me now.
You're not an adversary. We don't sell the same thing.
Oh. And I'm an inn of sorts, a bar of sorts. Kind of sell the same stuff. Have
Yeah,
the same competing
but-
clientele. Ish.
Not competing if they're just hopping back and forth.
He's like, he keeps like he wants to take a personal affront to this. Like, you're telling him like, oh, they're never gonna choose you over me. Like, it's not a competition.
No, like CVS
But he
and
doesn't.
Walgreens.
In my eyes, if all of us here in this area provide good enough services, we'll attract more customers, and the more the merrier. The
There's
more for
gonna-
us, the more for you.
There's gonna be parties in the streets between our bar.
Make a persuasion roll with advantage.
Yeah, my advantage dice.
Are you legitimately offering to pay his widows?
Yes, I am. Okay, I would like to use my inspiration.
Okay.
Fuck it up! Yeah! Okay,
I'm assuming 2 bad rolls followed by a really good roll.
yes, and with that, I have an 18. I rolled a 7 and a 4.
His disposition, his demeanor, changes towards you guys rather dramatically. He definitely did see you as adversarial in nature, and this was a big setback to him. So he is extremely gracious and is noticeably more cheerful now that you guys have definitely made a friendship out of him.
Just so I can pull it out of my bank account
25
already.
gold pieces.
25 gold pieces.
Nice.
I would like to add a really cool special window for him that's in the same style as ours, but it with his own.
3 feathers up. Just
But-
you put
Put
your
up
window.
3 feathers in his windows, and they're then like
But with his own logo.
ice etched windows.
That would be an additional 40 gold.
Okay, so 40 plus 25, so 65 gold. I will take that out of my bank. Also, did we split the gold from earlier?
No, I mean Brian's probably wrote
Yeah,
it down.
technically, but I haven't
Wait,
written
we can do it afterwards. I'm sorry.
Yeah, at some point we need to sit down and do finances.
I think we should be caught up on finances.
I am not. I have
except
still not
for-
been able to change my character sheet in any regards.
Except for the gold that is as acquired this morning
You are
in the
Okay.
pouch, I'm completely caught up.
I am not, but we also have expenses
Yeah.
to deal with.
Anyways,
So yeah, he gives you guys a very lively, much less defeated personality as you share lunch with him.
I lightly inquire about if they grilled him much on the investigation side. Maybe had reached out to him, but I don't probe too deep.
He says, well, thankfully, unthankfully, it's a very tragic experience what happened. He wouldn't diminish anything on the people whose lives were lost, but he was fortunately in the back when the explosion happened. It left his place of business in a terrible mess. There was lots of damage, the glass blowing in, damaged things. It actually wounded the patron, but he's since been seen to and all that kind of stuff. He doesn't really have much to say other than he remembers the smell was rather vicious. He was not a fan of the gruesome sight of an explosion killing off almost a dozen people. He remembers he was mostly in shock throughout it, like just the ringing, because the blast going off, right, it just deafened basically everybody in here. And so he was just like, he vaguely remembers Astra coming up with a small child and like a necklace, and he was told to like watch over it, and he did that. He remembered seeing a man who went off down the alley but was later brought back by somebody. He doesn't remember who that was, but it was one of you guys. And he managed to hear the name of the man as he was talking to the investigators. His name was Erstal Floxen. And
do we have that written?
I think that name sounds incredibly familiar.
That would be the guy that the Zentarum were working for.
Oh,
you did not know that was Erstal Floxen until now.
that is interesting.
Good lead.
But technically, my question was is if the detectives had talked to him. That was my
he's just recanting the events.
Okay.
And this is mostly what they talked to him about.
Okay. But they did talk.
Yeah, they talked to him.
I also would like to say, or ask, to like tell him like, yeah, we're planning on doing like a dance hall thing, or maybe a VIP gambling thing, maybe a this.
He just kind of like looks at his own place.
So as you're, with destruction comes reconstruction. You're an inn. We don't have rooms or anything like that in our place. I know it used to be that, but what about your place? You can't just be an inn. We're gonna make this an amazing block.
Well, I already drew out quite a sizable contract just to get this place, so I'll have to wait until some of the proceeds come in before I think about expanding.
You have any specialty foods? Drinks?
I mean, I'll be importing some stuff.
What was the name of your place? I look at the burnt sign.
He looks at the burnt sign. You know, it's open for interpretation.
And it's belly.
What? Wait, why do I have Skull, the lizard folk pretzel shop?
Because that's the guy.
That's who the guy who was selling the kids bread.
Yep.
Skull's pretzel.
Yeah.
Skull's dead?
Skull's the vendor that blew up and died.
That's it.
With Nat, the deaf girl.
He didn't give one, I don't think.
Okay.
Frune's Emporium.
Oh, that sounds a bit magical. Did you make magical items?
No, but I just figured it would draw in people looking for all sorts of things.
Emporium is very unique. Makes me think you have trinkets.
Place of expansion. I haven't really explored it yet, but you can see that he had like a case work that's since been destroyed.
Exciting. I just would like to be able to point someone in your right. When you get back on your feet, let us know and maybe we can give you a shout out in chat.
I see.
Give you a shout out in chat. Yeah.
He's kind of in this weird spot because he knows you guys as a tavern and inn haven't opened yet, so it's like pointing out reference, but you're adventurous. So he's like, okay.
Maybe when you're ready to reopen, we'll open on the same day.
Oh my god.
We can really split the patronage then.
Okay.
We can house light beers, you can house some dark beers, we can have the wine, you can have the sangria. And we'll just do it that day, back and forth.
We won't have all of our stock in.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have all his stock in. Like, let's just...
I'm not sensing a lot of skill points into business. But friendliness is way up there. I'm in.
Oh, did he actually say it?
He does not say
Bullshit! Bullshit! That should have been, sunken. Cool.
Okay, make a persuasion check. See how effective you are at communicating your co-partnership of separate business openings.
With advantage.
No.
With disadvantage.
With disadvantage.
No!
You offered it.
No, I didn't. This one.
That's your advantage die.
In the nicest way.
I flip you off in the nicest way possible.
Use a persuasion?
Yeah.
17.
Okay.
I'm so persuasive.
He considers you and your offer very friendly.
Damn it. Persuasion is not the same as friendliness. Persuasive
I mean,
is like...
it's on the friend. If you're doing the word talking and you're doing it friendly like, that's the only one that you roll. It's the friendly talking
I'm not
talk.
trying to be friendly. I'm trying to be persuasive.
Persuasive in what?
And fucking do this thing with us. Come on, brother, commit. You're coming back, and we're coming up, and it's gonna.
He doesn't necessarily think
together.
that that's the best idea, but he heard you out.
I think it's going to be in our general best interest as a company to make sure that everyone in the area gets back up on it.
And not only that,
That is like maybe like super long term, like not necessarily this little specific like action item, but like maybe super long term or something that like the rivalry turns into a negative or something like that. But I think I would imagine in the short term, having this place be a place people want to go to is the most important thing. And even if there's a bar right across the street from another bar, like everyone's gonna have their personal preferences. Like our place is gonna be atmospherically different than his, and some people are just gonna want to be a low-key cheapo bar that they can hang out and drink, not worry about shit.
And then the other ones will come to our bar.
And then the other ones will come to our bar.
the thing is, when you go to Denton and you go to the garage, and then you go to the dive or you go to the whatever, you don't just go to one bar when you go to downtown Dallas. You don't just go to one bar when you go to New York.
Yeah, so actively, he is much nicer towards you guys now, right?
Okay.
But the only thing he's not buying into wholeheartedly is your business pitch.
I think the double grand opening is.
He's not
So
necessarily.
I get that. Like I'm just saying. By the way, this is probably what our mentality is going to be for like the whole street wise.
Yeah, like I'm not here to fund your fucking business, but for this specific guy who did us a favor, like
Box windows.
yeah, that's fine.
He graciously accepted the purchase of windows.
And also like I want the people in the area to feel emotionally supported from us on a business standpoint and on a hey, let's get.
Unknowingly, you just robbed him of all of his capital. Look at these philanthropists and these nice humanitarians. Let's all go to their bars. Fuck that bar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. You have made the payments. You have made the friendships. You have broken the bread.
Broken the bread.
Breaking the bread.
It is very hard bread that we broken.
It's not that hard.
You
Rock
missed it.
solid bread, but I have rock solid fist.
Rock solid heart. Let's go.
Cool. And then, so yeah, you guys spend the lunchtime hour or so with him. You make the arrangements. You send a message off to Benrave, and then you can go to City Watch Station to meet up with Barnabas and Safe.
Are we doing that in this session or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We head to the watch station.
We do it.
All right.
What do we see?
You see watch members. They're outside the station. They're looking rather on guard for.
Oh God.
On guard. They stab you with a rapier. You walked into it. He walked into it. They're a little bit more not hostile, but attention, like peering at people and stuff because of the recent rather explosive crime in the area. But otherwise are like, hey, we want to talk to the detectives about blah blah blah, and they let you in, sort of thing.
Okay.
You're directed through a big open floor. This one is a clearly different layout than the one that had a morgue station in it.
Thank God.
And just desks and desks and desks of people. You see watch members, you see people that are less than watch members, you see people that are clearly not watch members in the sense of like they're not wearing guard uniforms, they're wearing detective garb, like coats and stuff like that. It takes you a little bit, but you do see Barnabas kind of like in an office area. Seth is currently standing in it, his back up against the glass.
Detective Gordon, is that you?
Detective Gordon, we have
Barnabas!
We have a word to speak with.
Barnabas and Baileys.
Barnabas.
You just open the door and he's drinking Bailey's from the bottle.
Yes, Baileys. Have you ever drank Baileys from a shoe before?
This is Bailey's, a bit bigger. This is Bailey's so close, but you can get without getting your eyes wet. And it's Barnabas currently explaining the intricacies of this to say. As he's just sitting there taking notes, yes. We've been through this before.
Detective?
Hello. We know you. We've met.
What?
Percy and...
Yes, sir.
Ren, right. Astra.
And this is Astrid. Yeah.
How can I help?
We were also wondering if we could inquire about any progress you guys have made on that investigation involving the fireball.
We've got a few leads that we're tracking down. Nothing super conclusive, but yes.
We just wanted to extend a hand in help. We are adventurers, capable adventurers, with a certain set of skills of our own, and we were directly affected by it. friends of ours were killed in our backyard, nearly our backyard. We consider that area our new home. We'd like to help.
Okay.
We think we can.
Absolutely.
What help can you offer?
Mostly detective-like skills. We're quite adept at tracking, and we have connections throughout the city as well.
You might see that we are detectives ourselves.
Show up to Chick-fil-A. What do you have? I make chicken.
Yeah.
Chicken sandwiches.
Skills.
We have connections throughout the city, and an extra hand won't hurt. We could change information, perhaps.
Or if there's any of your leads that you need extra boots on the ground.
Yeah,
down,
if you have something we could follow.
Assist you at an angle.
Okay, well, let's start with information. What information do you have?
What information are we going to tell? How are we going to tell them?
That's a great question.
Perhaps you two would like to talk in your own bedrooms, huh?
Well, this is when we talked before we got here. My thought is tell them about robots. That seems like a good
Beep, boop.
piece of information to be
we
like.
know about robots, and we want to know where we're very interested in figuring out where the gnome was coming from and where he was coming from specifically.
Do we tell them that we have a robot detector? I think so. Okay.
No, because then that will give away the robot who made the robots. Unless we're just...
But that's
we just got a robot detector from the people who like robots.
We got a robot detector from the people who like robots. Yes. We are aware of the fact that...
just to set the scene real quick, sure. Barnabas has not looked up since you guys have come in. Saith is like handling all the personal contact. You get the feeling that Barnabas is not a people person. Okay. He's just like buried down, pouring over notes, doing this and that, but he doesn't seem to give notice or like, I guess like derision at all. Like he's just... Seth is the people front, and he is the data mining front, and putting all the pieces together.
A Nimblewright was involved in the explosion. We believe it is the one that set off the fire.
Barnabas sets his code in a Nimblewright, and Seth is like, I don't know what that word is, but he seems. What business do you know of the Nimblewrights? What did you say? What? And so he's pointing to the scene. They just began. Let them explain.
We did some investigative work out of our own, and we determined that it corroborated the story that the woman on site gave, that a Nimblewright was responsible for setting off the fireball.
The woman. Which one was the woman? Oh, yes, the loud, ear-pitchy lady. Yes. She was she did not use the word Nimblewright. She, puppet, I think is what she said. She said puppet, yes. Okay. So
additionally, we are in possession of our own detector of sorts.
Oh, may I see it?
You may. Under the pretense that I receive it back. You're done, exactly.
Sure.
It is from the Institute of the Fine Arts and Science.
House of the Inspired.
House of the Inspired Hands.
Yes. The Temple of Gond.
They worked with us to procure this item so that we could help with the search for such a thing.
He cast an identify spell on it. Oh, I see. It seems very much okay. It will detect a Nimblewright. I don't know if it's all of the Nimblewrights, but it seems to have its own limitations. It seems to be established to the creator's inventions of Nimblewright. It's whatever you said. It created its own. I think you said. No. Okay, and he doesn't say. But anyways, so it has the pretext that it is only of the creator's inventions. It's weird. It will find one or something.
What did you just cast?
Identification. It's a very low level arcane spell.
I know this one. I start casting detect magic.
Yes, we have lots of those as words. That's right too.
I drop detect magic.
And on your end, perhaps some.
We know that that Xanathar was strangely lacking as far as amongst the bodies present. You people know of the common street wars that we are having right now. There's tons of that. There's Zentarum agents. We did find out that you questioned the bodies, of course, and there was some good bit of information. The cleric there, she was very nice to relay the information as proceedings with the typical City Watch investigations.
We do have a bit of a finger on the pulse of the city right now, as we will do so believe.
Does he do that as he flips through his
Yeah, he's
stuff?
flipping through his notes.
Yes!
Um,
I love that.
he does have a list of stuff that. Okay.
I attempt to peek. I attempt to peek at like what.
He actually doesn't care because when you look at it, you can give a perception check, but you cannot roll high enough to understand his legibility.
You could not roll high enough to understand his doctor scratch.
11.
No, that
You
you're
need a
pretty sure that's not even
45.
common. Like, that's not even a language.
Is that common?
No, it's my own language. I wrote it. I just get tired of people ridiculing me for my handwriting. That's all.
Inconvenient for the rest of your squad as you're trying to share information and notes.
Yeah. What do you think Saith's for? You look at Saith's notebook and it's just immaculate writing, and he is the. So he looks at me. The gnome, he was running from armed pursuers. There were 3 we found out through our investigations. Only 2 of them were dead. Let's see.
Very interesting.
They were moving towards your place of business, and we have come to conclude that the gnome himself was carrying something, presumably, that he would have departed to another member there. That is basically all we know when it comes to those specific investigations. Where he came from, we know he came from the sewers in the area. We did a little bit of tracking down there. We're still waiting for evidence back, but it seems that he was down there for quite some time due to the evidence left on his cloak.
Did anything come from that gentleman that I brought in, who was seen leaving the scene?
Urstel, he seemed very shaken up. He didn't seem to really be of much relevance to that effect. We ended up letting him go. We know he's staying somewhere in the North Ward, so we can go and get him.
Would we might get a chance to talk to him? Know specifically where he's staying?
He gave an inn. He gives you an inn name.
Okay.
You realize it is further in the North Ward, on the northwest side. And we'll have that name.
Okay.
And as far as these nimble rights go, I am aware of the fact that the Temple of Gond purchased one, actually pretty recently. And we also, strangely enough, got sightings of a nimble right. It is weird. We wouldn't call it one, but we can associate it. Perhaps it's one of the creatures I mentioned, but there was something in the field ward not too long ago. It was causing a disturbance of some kind, something lower.
That's quite interesting. Do you know of any organizations or criminal or otherwise that are currently in use of nimble rights for whatever purposes?
No, we're really just being led onto the discussion of number rights in that context. We now have a name place for the disturbance up in the North Ward, but we are definitely turning our eyes to it. But there must be some kind of ledger somewhere. They seem to be pretty rare. If I recall correctly, they're something of Lantanese make. So
we haven't personally encountered very many.
and they're constructs. They would be ridiculously expensive. At least 40,000 gold pieces. If I had to guess.
40,000.
How many do you know of approximately how many organizations in Waterdeep would have the funds to spend 40,000 gold on such a construction? Is this the neighborhood of tens, hundreds of organizations, or just a few?
He sits back and thinks a little bit.
Organizations or nobles?
That's a very good distinction, actually. So there are some organizations and nobles who do not make that amount. Of the 40 or so nobles in the city, at least half of them have the ability to produce funds such as that. Whether or not they'd be able to afford that and all the rest of their business is a little bit different, if I had to guess. Probably in the neighborhood of a dozen and a half of the noble families who could afford something like that. And there are many, many organizations who, if they wanted to, could procure the funds for it, but then you have to ask why. Why would you want one of these things? Now, it's clear that this one was criminal in nature, but I can't imagine a construct sentiently doing that. It would have to be doing that by somebody else's purpose.
That's what we're after.
Now, I would be very curious as to why there's a construct in the field ward causing some kind of rocket speed. Maybe you guys would investigate that for us.
It's something we probably have on our agenda. We can.
That's a lead we'd be more than happy to follow.
you definitely asked for how you could help us, I think that would be a very good charge.
All right. We'll investigate that and keep us in your mind when if you come across any pertinent information. We're more than willing to help where we can.
Would any of you have you talked about magic? Or you happen to be one of the Order of Magicians and Protectors, perhaps?
That would be me.
Oh, you are.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
I minimize myself.
if I could see your pin or your badge rather, I'll update it. And,
Accidentally pulls out the Harper pin.
you will find that with this marking, and you see like a little arcane symbol appear at the bottom right of it, that resembles what you come to understand as a token of the City Watch. You're basically deputized in the sense of having the ability to gain more positive interactions with the City Watch.
That's badge. Where's my gun?
Right here. Hands over a wand. It's the umbrella wand from earlier.
Speaking of.
And he returns the detector.
No, we're not going to talk about that.
Are we
So-
gonna ask the cops about the black powder too?
I don't think that's
so.
relevant
Oh,
to
darn
this.
it!
Unless you guys have any parting questions, we will end the investigation here and
The investigation's over. Good job.
Yeah. That's a wrap.
Wait,
File that one
I
away
wanna
and
leave-
could not conclude.
You want to what?
I want to leave this
DNF.
place so I can ask some questions.
Okay.
Leave this
Well, we
place, you
are
can ask us.
running at the end of the stream time, so we can make it quick if we want to have a little bit of an overage here. But
Okay, a little quick question. Can you disguise yourself as a cop?
I hypothetically could, but I don't know if there'd be too.
Now it doesn't have to.
I mean, technically now I don't have to.
you would also note that
Highly
impersonating
against the law.
impersonating
I
a city
know,
watch
I
member is
know.
highly against the law.
It is on our pamphlet. They handed us at the gate.
I don't think that it would necessarily be a risk that's worth taking.
Yeah. Assaulting or impersonating an official or noble leads to flogging, imprisonment up to a 10-day, and a fine of up to 500 gold.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
you grew up in the woods, you've never been flogged before. Honestly, you want to avoid it at all
Star
costs.
child over here. Never been flogged before.
Listen.
All
I've
right.
been thorn whipped before.
They just gave us incredibly difficult manual labor on top of our incredibly difficult manual labor we did every day.
Yeah, listen.
All right. Then I think we will wrap it up here.
I have so many questions.
Thanks for tuning in, guys. We will be back next week for the next episode of
Also, good
Waterdeep
to see you,
Dragon Heist.
Kaiser. Hey.
Yeah. Nice to see you join in.
We're gonna have to play some leagues
Oh,
soon.
some accents? Oh, you don't even know about the accents yet, brother.
All right. Y'all have a good night.
Ugh.